Chapter 501. I'm the only one left. Yu Hong was taken aback. What do you mean? Literally, Agrias replied calmly. His massive eyes resembled two huge lakes, with gentle ripples like patterns. In the Great Extinction, everything will be destroyed, whether it's the absolute balance or forest sea city. All floating cities are merely struggling to survive. The strength of the source disaster will continue to rise until you can no longer withstand it. But if the floating city has already endured for tens of thousands of years, isn't its destruction inevitable, as there is no eternal and indestructible fortress in this world? Yu Hong suddenly asked. You're right, but that's in regard to your kind of feeble life. When your lifespan spans millions or even billions of years, a world that perishes over tens of thousands of years is also an error for you, Agrias explained calmly. All right, so why are you seeking me out now? Yu Hong understood and asked directly. For 100-year-old life like mine, such a future is too distant. I see your potential, Agrias said in a deep voice. Although I'm not sure how you've done it, you have a power that gradually makes ordinary things extraordinary. The other captains also have their specialties, but ultimately none compare to you. So, Yu Hong knew Agrias was referring to the black mark, though he probably couldn't dig to the deepest reason. He could only observe the surface and draw that conclusion. So, I intend to renew the contract with you, said Agrias. Of course, that's just the superficial reason. The real reason is, I'm almost at my limit too. What do you mean? Yu Hong was puzzled. My body has mostly been eroded and destroyed by the source disaster, and now I could be completely obliterated and turned into an empty shell of the source disaster at any moment, Agrias answered. You've already reached the Phoenix Eye. Though the Savior ship has also entered the Phoenix Eye, in my line you are the only one. I have no other choice. Those words seemed as if choosing him was barely a choice at all. Yu Hong was at a loss for words. In the next instant, he saw a platinum beam of light shoot out from Agrias's forehead, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The light stopped, transforming into a small sphere composed of countless silver metallic runes. Inside the sphere was a flowing platinum liquid, which slowly parted, revealing a vague, miniature humanoid shape. The humanoid shape, astonishingly, had Yu Hong's own face. Drip your blood, and the contract will be renewed indefinitely. But do not think you can hide in the floating city to enjoy your time. Though I don't know why you've been targeted by the ultimate sun. The light disaster is rapidly approaching you. Your time is short. Agrias's voice drifted from afar. And you? What about you?
Yu Hong frowned.
Although the 100-year limitation of time was lifted, he felt even more restless for some reason. I am about to die, Agrias replied. Perhaps in the next moment or maybe years later, perhaps even longer, but I have no hope left. Only when you find the land of vitality in the future will there be hope, and I might possibly revive. While you've been delaying, the Great Extinction has advanced to more distant regions. If you do not act now, everything you encounter will be remnants and fragments of destruction. After finishing these words, Agrias raised a fingertip, where a speck of golden light gleamed briefly. In the next moment, another object appeared before Yu Hong. A key. A golden key with countless moving black spots on its surface. This is the key of all things. It's a token I once obtained from a prophecy, proving the existence of the land of vitality. As long as you get close, it can guide you and open the entrance. Agrias's voice gradually faded, diminishing until it fully dissipated. Yu Hong looked at the two objects before him, extended his fingertip to release a drop of blood into the sphere, and then grasped the key. Whoosh! All of a sudden, everything before him seemed to dissolve like an illusion. He was instantly pulled out from a drowning-like state. Hiss! He looked around, realizing he was still standing in front of the window of the safe house Black Spirit. Outside were multicolored lights shone, and the ship was still anchored deep within the wind disaster. Just now. Was it an illusion? But the next moment, when he looked down, he saw a golden key tightly gripped in his hand. He understood it wasn't a dream or an illusion. So, the restriction really is lifted. The 100-year contract is gone? Does that mean the captains on Prison Island can come and go freely too? There is no longer a prison island, Agrias's voice sounded. 5 hours after you last left Prison Island, along with the world you originated from, was utterly destroyed by the primordial catastrophe deep within the Black Disaster. Whether confined or not, you are the last captain. Take care. Hey, Agrias? Yu Hong called several times, finding that there was truly no response now. Regardless of how he tried to summon after that, no answer came. Confirming there was truly no response, Yu Hong simply sat cross-legged, holding the key to study it carefully. After more than 10 minutes of observation, he discovered that the key seemed not to exist in reality. It was something only he could touch. Any other object he tried to meet with the key would pass right through, as if the key didn't exist. Upon retrieval, neither the key nor the object bore any marks, as if he held a shadow. Having found nothing significant, Yu Hong got up to eat, reminiscing for a few moments about Brother Hu from Prison Island, and then continued practicing the chaotic God Sky Eye skill. Black Spirit remained at its spot, waiting for repairs, and Agrias had lifted the century-long contract, leaving time unrestricted. Now he just had to wait for the Black Mark's enhancement to complete, repair the ship, and then he could continue forward. No companions, no crew. Yu Hong watched the countdown on the outer eye, ate, slept, and practiced cultivation. Before he knew it, the countdown ended. He moved the bed to the window on the ship, sat cross-legged on it alone, watched the outside through the window, and then took out the outer eye to wait. Colored light fell upon him, painting him into a patchwork of blues and yellows, vibrant with many hues. The last minute lightly ticked away on the outer eye, completely ending. The countdown ended. The outer eye in Yu Hong's hand blurred for a moment, and then the next second, it transformed into a peculiar orb of pure white with an intensely bright internal light. A sheet of white paper instructions flashed below the orb. Yu Hong, unperturbed, picked up the white paper to examine the instructions. Outer eye, also known as the Immortal General's Eye. This single eye possesses abilities comparable to the Immortal General's Eye from Heaven's Qishan. Everything in its sight can be immediately reached by teleportation. Everything in its sight can be destroyed with a thought. Ability 1. Eye of Destruction, able to destroy any target lower than one's own spiritual power under visual lock. It absorbs the force of destruction in reverse from destroyed targets. The more targets killed, the stronger the Eye of Destruction. The limit is the body's strength tolerance, capable of targeting multiple objectives simultaneously. Ability 2. Eye of Transmission, able to teleport oneself across distances to any desired location without cost, every second interval. Note: under extreme conditions, transmitting over great distances may require bodily strength, and insufficient strength can lead to the body decomposing midway, leaving only the will to arrive. This time it's quite impressive, just amplifying 2 abilities, directly upgrading me to the Immortal General's tier, Yu Hong said contentedly, picking up the globe of white light, but he didn't insert it into his eye socket immediately. Instead, he continued to extend his hand, suddenly inspired, placing the just-obtained key of all things on it. The two made contact as one. Enhance the outer eye, full enhancement, Yu Hong thought silently. He wanted to try it out to see what kind of enhancement the combination of the key and outer eye would yield. Certainly, this was just an attempt. He still had to first repair the safe house before considering more. Just to have a look. Soon, a dark line shot out from the black mark on the back of his hand, merging into the outer eye. The countdown naturally surfaced. 139 years. November 15th, 42 minutes. Indeed. Yu Hong put his hand down without surprise, removed his eye patch, and inserted the outer eye into his eye socket. With a flash of golden light, this Immortal General's eye quickly linked with the body, and a great amount of inner strength from the chaotic God Sky Eye skill surged into it, assimilating it into his own system. Then, in the next second, the Immortal General's eye also began seeping nurturing, cooling airflow, blending into his inner strength under the influence of his cultivation power. The chaotic God Sky Eye skill was inherently a technique that accelerated and improved the stronger the eyes became. At this moment, with the Immortal General's eye enhanced, the dramatic boost in eye strength activated the whole cultivation method into auto-acceleration. Buzz. Yu Hong sat cross-legged, a circle of dark-rimmed, two-winged giant tigers phantom naturally appearing around him. With the nourishment of the Immortal General's eye, the chaotic God Sky Eye skill power surged rapidly as if on a highway. Gray inner strength circled densely in Yu Hong's body, quickly refining the essence of the Immortal General's eye, absorbing it into the entire cultivation system within, fusing into Yu Hong's whole body. Roar! A low growl rumbled from the giant tiger as its body gradually solidified, the thick, fluffy white fur floating in the breeze, looking exceptionally pristine and dignified. Poof! Before long, Yu Hong's entire form trembled slightly. A gray light flashed briefly across his face. The next layer of the chaotic God Sky Eye skill was broken through. And that is not all. The potential of the Immortal General's eye was far from fully tapped. The gray inner strength continued to circulate wildly, absorbing and refining the potential of the new outer eye. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 hours had passed. One barrier after another in the chaotic God Sky Eye skill was breached. Hiss! With another faint sound, gray light flashed across Yu Hong's body once more. This time, the cultivation technique reached the 8th layer, marking the final phase, the mid-stage of the chaotic god. Reaching the 8th layer, breaking through just once more would bring the cultivation technique to its apex, signifying that the chaotic God Sky Eye skill has been trained to its limit and acquired a brand new cultivation technique trait. Yu Hong sat cross-legged on the bed, enveloped in a radiant gray glow, the outline of the giant tiger highly realistic, with most of its black eyes now open, revealing densely packed, peculiar black eyes. At this time, the gray inner strength within him was entirely pressing down the red-purple inner strength from the Tai Ling skill for the first time. The light well in his dantian was also tightly encased in layers of gray light, woven tightly as a sealed entity. Chapter 502. This time the enhancement of the outer eye. This step was really the right one. Yu Hong slowly opened his eyes, feeling the drastic changes within his body. The Immortal General's eye allowed his chaotic God Sky Eye skill to break through to the 8th layer in one go, increasing his power several dozen times over. It even suppressed the inner strength of the Tai Ling skill. Of course, the Tai Ling skill has the support of the light well, so if they were to maintain output over time, it would definitely be stronger. But in terms of equal quality, the current chaotic God Sky Eye skill could already fully suppress the Tai Ling skill. Standing up, he felt the surging and robust inner strength within him. Although he had grown much stronger without a specific reference point, it was difficult to know his own standing. After some thought, Yu Hong stretched out his hand and placed it on the window. First, repair the ship. Repair the black spirit. Black lines flowed out, questions arose, and soon a countdown appeared on the window. 11 days 18 minutes. Not bad. Yu Hong nodded slightly, confirming the start of the repair. The increase in power really made a difference. He didn't plan to add the materials given by Kuchan just yet. He intended to separately enhance the materials first before using them all together. For this period, we can only stay here and wait until we are fully reinforced before setting off. Yu Hong was determined this time, planning to strengthen everything to the utmost, then make a breakthrough with the Phoenix Eye and enter the next area. After confirming the enhancement, the countdown quickly began. Yu Hong continued to stabilize his cultivation, consolidating his newly advanced inner strength. Chaotic God Sky Eye skill, upon reaching the 7th layer of Chaotic God, would give rise to a brand new capability. That is Chaotic God. Simply put, it allows one to see through illusions and confuse and control living beings from their core essence, turning them into one's puppet with an evil ability. The original creator of this skill was ultimately overwhelmed by his ever-increasing desires due to this ability, leading to grave mistakes and self-destruction. Naturally, Yu Hong also acquired this derivative ability. But with no test subjects to experiment on, he could only practice against the wall in boredom. More than 10 days passed, monotonous and dull, coinciding with a significant increase in his cultivation, as well as acquiring such a special new ability. After sitting idly for 6 days, Yu Hong finally couldn't bear it any longer. He didn't intend to set off again but started navigating the ship, once more breaking away from the wind disaster, returning to the nearby space where the floating city was located. This time, having learned from experience, he appeared directly in the area away from absolute balance, thus avoiding alerting the inspection team over there. Then, he kept the ship in isolation state, letting it drift quietly around the exit of the floating city, waiting. Having just made a breakthrough, naturally itching for a target to practice his skills on. But fighting wind disaster monsters was not intriguing. Moreover, it could easily cause disturbances. So naturally, Yu Hong set his target on Margaret, who had just offended him. Of course, Margaret is a level 6 arcane master, undoubtedly very powerful. In the floating city where even level 3 could wield immortal energy, a level 6 is assuredly a terrifying existence. Therefore, to be safe, Yu Hong waited patiently, waiting for an opportune moment. He wasn't worried about targeting the wrong person. The advantage of the floating city is that every mage has their own light window. And Margaret is already considered upper middle class, her light window being larger and more conspicuous than Harvey's. Yu Hong had been there once. For a powerhouse like him, with incredibly strong spiritual power, remembering such trivial matters was child's play. Inside the black spirit, Yu Hong stood in the main control room, quietly observing the floating city through the circular window. His terrifyingly powerful eyesight allowed him to easily see through some superficial barriers to locate Margaret's light window. He could also see all the coming and going ships there. Since there's nothing to do while waiting for enhancement, why not create some trouble for that woman and test the results first? With his power increased, his overall strength had at least skyrocketed compared to before, making Yu Hong feel capable and excited to try. He quietly observed the ships entering and exiting Margaret's light window, including their number, markings, direction, and size. Everything was documented. 3 days of continuous observation. Finally, it's here. Suddenly, Yu Hong's mouth curled into a smile as he saw a giant spaceship composed of sky-blue liquid slowly flying out of Margaret's light window. The exterior of this ship bore a special aqua-blue 3-petal flower mark. Having seen it often, Yu Hong knew this was Margaret's mage seal. Every mage has their own unique seal. Margaret's seal was this aqua-blue 3-petal flower. Each petal bore her 3 encrypted true names. Such a big ship. And of this specification, it should be a cargo ship. Interesting. Seeing this ship, Yu Hong's heart moved slightly. He had been waiting, unable to find an opportunity, almost ready to give up temporarily, planning to return for revenge when he was stronger and more confident. But now it seemed the opportunity had arrived. Inside the floating city, inside the sky-blue spaceship, 3 water-formed water elements were bidding farewell to Margaret and her disciples who sent them off. "Mother, you can stop here. We can go back on our own." One water element, looking frail and clearly male in appearance, showed no masculinity between his brows. He wore a white mage robe, his hands adorned with several permanent enchantment rings just given by Margaret. Behind him were smaller water elements carrying and arranging the large amount of cargo just loaded onto the ship. The supplies being sent back to the tribe this time are 80% more than before, definitely enough for a prosperous year for the tribe. "Be careful and cautious on your journey," said Margaret, looking nothing like her usually stingy and mean self, but instead wearing the gentle expression of a mother. Although absolute balance is very strong, Forest Sea City has been increasingly active these years. As another floating city, their twinkling troops often act as interstellar pirates. "Be careful." "Don't worry, Mother." The water element man nodded. "I have Siha and Mei Lan to protect me, and with our cargo ship of this size, we shouldn't attract piracy. After all, exposing themselves for a single ship isn't worth it for any pirates." "That's true." Margaret thought about it and agreed. Siha and Mei Lan, one a level 3 arcane master, the other a level 4, were both absolute experts. Escorting such a cargo ship wasn't much of an issue. In usual circumstances, especially a level 4 arcane master, given enough time, they could even destroy a planet. Placed outside the floating city in any force, they would be in the highest echelons. Having these two escorting her son and such a small amount of cargo was indeed not a problem. Not to mention that the Oyster had a formidable level 5 illusion array, significantly concealing its presence and hiding its aura and image. For forces capable of breaking such an array, these goods wouldn't be of interest, and those interested in these goods couldn't break the array. Plus, with 2 arcane masters escorting them, the safety was considered the highest. Return now, mother. The inspection department still has so much work to do. It's enough to send us here.
Son nuellement advised.
All right. Margaret looked around. It's a pity that the distance is too far, with too many intervals. Otherwise, directly setting up a teleportation array wouldn't be such a hassle. A distance of over 1,000 light-years, the cost of instantaneous teleportation is too high.
Son nuellement smiled Riley.
Would I not know that? Margaret's glance scared Yulman, making him tremble all over, not daring to say more. Get going. Seeing you act all timid and hesitant just riles me up. Margaret looked at her son like that, her heart filled with a sudden surge of anger, itching to hit someone. Who wouldn't want their son to be a mighty great mage? She was no different, but Yulman might have been beaten too much since childhood. His personality set in such a manner, changing wasn't easy. Yes, Yulman was startled, quickly ordering the cabin door to close. The Oyster slowly turned, glowing with a water blue light, its hull becoming rapidly translucent, entering the illusion array activation state. See you after the new year, mother. Yulman transmitted mentally. Hurry up and go. Margaret waved impatiently, but despite her harsh words, as she watched her son leave, a gentle look unavoidably flashed across her face. She's been saving resources and seeking benefits. For what? Isn't it for her son's future to be successful? Her son might not have the best talent, possibly halting when his arcane path reaches level 5. But when it comes to breaking through the qualitative change at level 6, the resources needed are incalculable. And Yulman is already the most talented person in the tribe. So, whether it's for her son or the tribe, she must cultivate a second level 6 arcane master. She knew the pressure on her son was immense, very difficult, but there's no choice. In her position, she sees things differently than lower-level mages. Some barriers, if she can't break through now while she's in power, thinking about the future is even more pointless. The decline of the tribe is almost inevitable. Teacher, don't worry. It's okay. The Oyster is already in illusionary mode. It's highly concealed when leaving. Nothing will happen. Harvey comforted in a low voice beside her. HM. Margaret nodded and flew back to her light window. Harvey glanced at the distant, disappearing image of the Oyster and sighed, following closely behind. At the same time, outside the Source Disaster floating city, in the isolated state within the black spirit where Yu Hong hid, he removed the eye mask, revealing the newly enhanced white fluorescent outer eye, staring at the departing Oyster. A vague smile appeared on his face. He had seen the interactions between Margaret and her son. Although he couldn't hear the content, he could see that subtle warmth and gentleness. And the ship, the cargo aboard seemed substantial. He initially thought the opportunity for revenge might only come in the future, but unexpectedly, it came so quickly. The immortal generals I released a soft white light at this moment, with a ring of golden light dots at the center of the pupil, converging and dispersing, repeating continuously. This was the manifestation of the breaking illusion capability of the chaotic God Sky Eye skill. Yu Hong didn't know the extent of this breaking illusion ability, but at this moment, using it to lock onto the sky blue spaceship was easy. Quietly, he waiting for the ship to slowly leave the floating city, gradually starting to accelerate and fly off into the distance. Yu Hong's eyes flashed, and the instantaneous movement ability triggered. The next moment, he had disappeared from within the black spirit. Chapter 503. Inside the Oyster. Yulman sighed as he stood in the spacecraft's cockpit, gazing at the accelerating stars outside, his expression not particularly joyful. Siha, how long have you been with Mother? He asked softly. About 400 years, I guess. Why? The water element Siha appeared female, with long blue ponytail hair, carefully sewing the fallen pages of the arcane book back together at the moment. With one hand, she released a blue-purple mana thread, and with the other, she held onto the pages of the arcane book, fully focused. For 100 years, Siha, you've reached level 3, and Meilon is even a level 4 arcanist. Perhaps there's hope to reach level 5 in the future. Unlike me. Yulman sighed again. You're not doing badly either, though slower than us. You should be able to reach level 3 soon. Speaking of which, what spells did you solidify for the first 2 levels? Si asked casually. Protection from range and protection from sharp. Yulman answered honestly. No attack spells? Sia's mouth twitched. No, Mother said I just need to ensure my absolute safety. The rest doesn't need consideration. Yulman nodded. That's too one-sided. What about level 3 then? What do you plan to solidify? You can only solidify 1 spell per level, so choose carefully. Sia was speechless. Mother said it's still protection against blunt objects. At level 4, continue to enhance protection from range. In space battles or source disasters battles, most attacks are ranged, so strengthening this protection is absolutely correct. Yulman replied seriously. It's true, but... Siha wanted to persuade him. With such a one-sided focus, in case of any unforeseen changes, purely defensive arcane couldn't survive independently in danger. But when she thought of the teacher's disposition, if she found out that she had influenced her son's spell solidification, after thinking it over, she gave up. What's wrong? Yulman asked, puzzled. Nothing. This is great. Certainly a teacher's arrangement. Siha nodded repeatedly, brushing it off. The oyster continued its voyage, its speed increasing rapidly, accelerating. At this moment, the main control intelligence system's prompt sounded inside the cabin. Space jump is about to begin. Target remote interstellar gate. All personnel, please return to your resting positions and fasten your seatbelts to avoid injury from excessive motion. This massive sky blue spacecraft quickly distanced itself from the floating city, gradually merging into the vast surrounding starlight, becoming one with the darkness. The blue light on its body swiftly disappeared under the concealment of the illusion array, completely vanishing in the starry sky. Click. Yuhong carefully clutched the outer shell of the spacecraft, releasing a gray light from his chaotic god sky eye skill on his hands. Silently, he cut open a small opening on the spacecraft's shell, just enough for him to enter alone. At this moment, his face was covered, and his whole body was enveloped in an indistinct white, simulated by the spirit light's secret skill, which resembled light disaster radiation, making it impossible to see what he actually looked like. His aura was also completely scrambled by the radiation. Tumbling into the open hole, Yuhong closed it back with a reverse hand maneuver to prevent pressure leakage that could cause imbalance. But even though he was exceptionally speedy, a piercing alarm sounded instantly inside the spacecraft. Outer wall breached, enemy intrusion detected, jump halted. Please eliminate the intruder immediately. A red glimmer suddenly ignited on Yuhong's body, its origin unknown. Interesting. Yuhong tried to erase this red flame with his hand, but it seemed non-existent, continuing to burn on his shoulder, untouchable. Yuhong's Tai Ling skill flowed out in large quantities, persistently flooding that small area completely. The source disaster's power proved absolute, extinguishing the little flame on the spot. Yet, Yuhong stood in the passageway of the spacecraft, already faced by a water-blue humanoid figure, entirely composed of elements. Astonishingly, it was the accompanying level 4 arcanist Meilon. Behind her, numerous strong water elements, clad in black protective armor and wielding silver firearms, charged forward. They aimed their guns. Click. Over a dozen silver firearm barrels simultaneously targeted Yuhong in the 10-meter-wide passageway. Simultaneously, at the other end of the passage, Meilon and Yulman arrived in time, the water elements beside them raising large riot shields, surrounding and protecting them completely. "Who are you?" Yulman asked in a deep voice, staring at Yu Hong. Quick response.
Yuhong nodded approvingly.
It seems with the intelligence system, the speed indeed far exceeds without. He directed his attention to Mei Lan standing in front, raising the magic wand. Oh well, originally intended to sneak in quietly, but now that I've been discovered, I'll just have to eliminate you all. Before the last word fell, Yu Hong had already darted forward, transforming into a white phantom, appearing before Mei Lan in the blink of an eye. Only then did gunfire start echoing around him. However, it was too late, too slow. Yu Hong flashed a smile as he reached out, clawing at Mei Lan's translucent neck. In the next moment, a thin blue barrier appeared in front of his hand. Boom! Blue light splattered. The barrier shattered, but Mei Lan seized the opportunity to flicker and shift several meters away, raising her magic wand to unleash a second spell. Unfortunately, the second spell hadn't even fully formed, with the blue light just burgeoning at the tip of the wand. With a thundering bang, it abruptly interrupted her casting. She saw the intruder's mist claw wasn't withdrawn. Instead, it clenched in midair. It seemed a high-explosive grenade detonated in his palm. With a deafening boom, a massive surge of white energy exploded from the intruder's hand, instantly engulfing the surrounding water elements. The entire passage filled up with white light, the screeching of metal distortions and tearing sounds fully filling Mei Lan's hearing. Her heart sank instantly. To break my mana barrier so swiftly, it's definitely a level 4 or even stronger expert. Trouble. She rapidly released layer upon layer of arcane barriers, protecting herself while slapping a necklace hanging on her chest. Detection initiated. Sample collection completed. Hostile target identified. Searching large database spell library. Confirmed as light disaster radiation-derived destruction entity. Corresponding spell selection completed. Spell model activation. Mana fill-in ready? Yes, Mei Lan internally shouted, her mana washing through like waves, rapidly infusing into the necklace. This was the Arcane Intelligence, a basic spellcasting aid platform possessed by every arcanist. Though the preceding chain of processes seemed complex, it actually only took less than 1/10 of a second thanks to the exceptionally fast chip speed. Next moment, exceedingly dark deep light emanated from Mei Lan's magic wand. Darkness shouldn't have light, but at this moment, the energy released from her magic wand indeed continuously emitted an illumination blackening the surroundings. Level 4 Ghost Energy Arrow, charging complete. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the dark light twisted into a massive black arrow, bursting forth, instantly appearing less than 5 centimeters before Yu Hong's face. The arrow traversed the white light disaster radiation energy in between, directly materializing before Yu Hong's face. Then, boom!
A massive explosion.
Yu Hong was entirely engulfed in black light. All the light disaster radiation energy on him was effectively compressed and neutralized, leaving the surroundings silent as the radiance dissipated, revealing the previous scene anew. The black light encapsulated him, forming a massive elliptical sphere, incessantly contracting and expanding. But at this moment, Mei Lan's expression suddenly changed. Wrong! She decisively retreated, but she was already a step too late. In the next instant, the black light exploded like a popped balloon, releasing a frenzy of endless red-purple misty energy from within. Through the red-purple mist, a towering silhouette steadily approached her. At the silhouette's back, a hint of a colossal ice-blue sphere burned silently. An energy well. Do you think you're the only one who has it? A flash of determination twinkled in Mei Lan's eyes. She tossed her wand, arms spread wide. A vague, deep blue vortex appeared behind her. The voice of the arcane intelligence rapidly echoed. Water element energy well activated. Full power spellcasting mode enabled. Maximum simultaneous spellcasting enabled. Annihilation mode engaged. Within a flash, copious amounts of blue light gushed from behind Mei Lan, all converging into a unified mass of ghost energy arrows, densely firing like artillery shells at Yu Hong. Likewise, before Yu Hong, vast quantities of light disaster radiation energy bodies materialized, recklessly surging forth as if sparing no cost. Immensely multiplying quantities of red-purple Tai Ling skill inner strength, under the light disaster support, rapidly formed a red-purple tide in an instant, practically filling the entire passage, confronting masses of ghost energy arrows head-on. On one side, blue-black mixed with infinite arrows. On the other, red-purple, gathered into a sea of inner strength. Upon collision, terrifying annihilation effects erupted immediately. Numerous black holes emerged like bubbles at the midpoint of the two forces' expansion. The surrounding space started becoming unstable. Both Yu Hong and Yulman, Mei Lan, and others perceived something wrong, observing how the originally straight walls inside the spacecraft bizarrely twisted, bending. Yet there were no signs of breaking. The two combating limitless forces also experienced distortion. Indeed, one must not underestimate. Even a mere cargo ship harbors individuals possessing limitless power. Yu Hong's mind stirred slightly, knowing persistence might lead to complications. He immediately increased the output. Too bad. The difference remains even among limitless. He instantly exerted full power, releasing Tai Ling skill. The seventh layer of Tai Ling skill fully unleashed, unable to handle the high pressure, the spacecraft passage shattered and fragmented in various directions. Boom! Individuals scattered, floating in the weightless interior of the spacecraft. All around were distorted and shattered black metal walls. The immense energy compression squeezed and compacted all surrounding compartments and passages like a compressed box, forming a deformed, massive spherical space. At this moment, the red-purple on Yu Hong's body swiftly suppressed Mei Lan's blue-black. "Yulman, you must leave quickly. I'll cover you," Mei Lan whispered, blood spilling from her mouth and nose, enduring the strain to send the message across. Chapter 504.
Mei Lan.
Yulman looked terrified. "No. We go together. Get lost. Go find the teacher. While I can still hold on," Mei Lan roared, frantically unleashing her mana, releasing the inexhaustible power of the water element light well. But unfortunately, the power of the water element was ultimately hugely inferior to that of the light well. Even though both sides wielded infinite energy, Yu Hong's red and purple Tai Ling skill inner strength steadily corroded the blue and black water element power. Countless energies overflowed, making the environment increasingly dangerous and oppressive. A massive amount of energy compressed into such a small space, ready to cause a colossal explosion at any moment. "Go!" Mei Lan looked at the calm and imposing figure opposite, her own skin beginning to crack, with a lot of blue blood seeping out. She knew her end was near. Even though she had chosen countermeasures specifically targeting the opponent, the instantaneous output of their infinite energy far exceeded hers, and the quality of their energy was also superior. "This guy is almost level 5. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Hurry!" She shouted the last message. Instead of retreating, she advanced, gripping her magic wand, struggling step by step towards Yu Hong. "Let the teacher avenge me!" With a final roar, Mei Lan's entire body quickly dissolved, transforming into a blue light merging with countless water elements to form a ghost energy arrow. In an instant, this wave of ghost energy arrows was covered by a layer of bright blue light. Boom! The final thousands of ghost energy arrows shot explosively, detonating violently upon contact with Tai Ling skill waves. The ship exploded like a burst water ball in the blink of an eye, ejecting massive amounts of blue-black water element energy. But in the next second, the blue receded, replaced by a surge of red and purple Tai Ling skill inner strength. Yu Hong floated in the center, sighing somewhat. "I really just wanted to do a little raid." He wasn't a person with a heavy sense of vengeance. Margaret shorted him on mission rewards, so he planned to take one of her cargo ships. Fair exchange, tit for tat. He truly didn't intend to kill. But now, he hadn't even made a move, just scared his opponents, and the other side self-destructed. What to do now? Yu Hong watched as Yulman and the others were instantaneously teleported away by the explosion. It's a life-or-death feud now. He hesitated for a moment. Eventually, he still reached out, remotely grasping towards the two. Looks like I have no choice but to root them out completely. Don't blame me. Blame your bad luck. Countless blue-purple inner strengths surrounded him like seawater, quickly forming countless spikes, which were about to be instantaneously launched. But the next moment, Yu Hong's hand paused. He saw another familiar humanoid figure suddenly appear beside Yulman and the others. It was none other than the water element arcane master, who had just seemed to have self-destructed. This discovery made him quickly dissipate the spikes around him. Since she's not dead, that's good. Yu Hong actually just wanted to teach Margaret a small lesson. He hadn't intended to go overboard. The current situation was just about right. Looks like I need to engage more. I'm not used to the current style of combat after so long without action. Yu Hong shook his head inside. He used to engage in close combat brawls. Violent but dangerous. Now, with such immense inner strength, he didn't need to rush up. Just a wave of his hand could drown the opponent with waves of inner strength. The previous bout looked intense, but for him it was just a matter of moving his mind once, twice, thrice. Waving his hand was just habitual. At this moment, his strong eyesight allowed him to see Yulman and the others continuously teleporting back to the floating city. Yu Hong knew his time was limited, so he quickly flashed into the center of the ship's wreckage, scavenged, then called on the black spirit to leave quietly. More than 3 minutes after he left, a blue shadow finally arrived tardily, teleporting above the remnants of the oyster ship, overlooking everything. The blue shadow had a cold and stern face, clad in a white mage robe lined with silver thread, holding a menacing black magic wand like a spear, taller than her, with the top end flashing with blinding blue light. All the cargo is gone. The blue shadow was Margaret. 3 years' worth of cargo I painstakingly amassed. Who did this? She shouted furiously. This shipload of goods worth millions of crystal coins had been saved through years of thrift and savings. And now it's just gone. All destroyed by the explosion. Investigate for me. A small blue-black necklace floated in front of her chest. Clue investigation in progress. Energy environment too chaotic. Increasing investigation precision. Residual energy radiation discovered. Identified as light disaster radiation energy. Suspected light disaster advanced creature attack. List filtration concluded. Identified pure white sea whale of light disaster as 77.65% likely. Where would a pure white sea whale come from nearby? Margaret really wanted to crush the intelligent spirit with a slap. Keep searching. Apologies, current precision is adjusted to maximum. If deep search is desired, please apply for future information inquiry privileges from Prophetic Department. The intelligent spirit replied calmly. Useless. Margaret waved her hand fiercely, and a vast expanse of water element light wells materialized behind her. The next moment, brilliant blue light engulfed everything around. In a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers around the ship, the entire space region was annihilated. The blue light obliterated everything, matter or energy. Whoever you are, don't let me find you, Margaret yelled impotently in rage. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Thud. Yu Hong forcefully shoved a pile of golden glowing ores into the house. But the house was already so full, even the fireplace was stuffed with goods, and there was really no room left. Sigh. He sighed, standing at the door, pondering how to enter the main control room, because the entire first floor of the safe house was packed with all sorts of supplies. There was no walking space left. Indeed, considering he could teleport, he left no room for walking. It was all taken by supplies. Right, I can teleport. Still not used to this way of moving.
Yu Hong réalisait.
Clapping his hands, he blinked directly into the main control room. The entire black spirit was filled with containers of all kinds, except for the main control room. Some boxes were even burst, spilling things all over the place. It's a shame I don't recognize most materials. Don't know how to handle them. Guess I need to find a place to fence them. Sitting in the main control room, Yu Hong contemplated how to deal with this batch of goods. He actually only managed to take about half. The rest were destroyed in the explosion. Arcane masters are all tricky individuals. If they tampered with the goods, it would be problematic. So, this batch of supplies can't stay for long. After a half-second hesitation, Yu Hong immediately decided to reinforce the black mark and merge all these goods into the black spirit. No matter if they are useful or not, merging first is what counts. Let black mark work its magic. It would surely find a use for every material. Once his idea was confirmed, Yu Hong settled down in the depths of the wind disaster in isolation state for a few days. He acted only after the black mark finished repairing the safe house. Click. Yu Hong took hold of a toilet and with an instantaneous movement, threw its contents into the depths of the wind disaster. Then, with another instantaneous movement, returned to the house. The toilet was scoured by wind disaster colorful lines, not only emptying the waste but was as pristine as new, looking brand new. This was one point Yu Hong was quite satisfied with about traveling in the wind disaster, better than the black disaster Black River. In the past, when emptying a toilet over Black River, it not only didn't clean it but contaminated it with a lot of unknown filth. Very disgusting. But here it was different. Having settled the toilet, Yu Hong looked around at the newly repaired safe house, nodded in satisfaction. The repaired safe house was fully intact, with formations completely restored. Finally, I can deal with dirty goods. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief, initially planning to strengthen the secondary star spirit alloy given by Ku Chan. But now he had a better choice with this plundered batch of goods. He rummaged around the corner and soon brought out a watermelon-sized box. Opening the lid, it contained a pile of hard metal ingots with colorful luster. A note was pasted inside the lid with Star Spirit Alloy 15 Ker. Ker was a weight unit unique to the floating city. Yu Hong weighed it in his hand. There was about 100 kilograms of Star Spirit Alloy, much more than what Ku Chan had given, and it was not secondary. TSK. To think there's so much, yet she didn't give me any. Yu Hong didn't know how Margaret was reacting, but he felt quite pleased now. Using something taken without consequence felt so satisfying. Pity if it weren't for dealing with dirty goods first, I could have strengthened this to the extreme before merging it into the safe house. But there's no time for that now. He placed the alloy back, then pressed one hand on the floor. His consciousness enveloped all goods. Enhance black spirit, focus, prioritize enhancing self-repairability. Others freely enhance. A black line flickered, and the black mark's feedback promptly sounded. Enhance black spirit? Included was a countdown. 48 days, 17 hours, 51 minutes. A bit long, but acceptable given the amount of material to merge. Yu Hong paused, quickly responding affirmatively. At once, the countdown trembled slightly, stabilizing and counting down. Simultaneously, a deluge of inner strength flowed out, pouring into the black mark on his backhand. This black mark seemed bottomless, no matter how much energy went in. After completing this, Yu Hong gazed at the colorful lines passing outside, recalling the intensity of the phoenix eye he experienced earlier. Speaking of which, although the safe house was unfinished in enhancement, my inner strength has vastly increased now. Maybe I could try again, see if I can pass through the phoenix eye. If not, spending more than 40 days idling in the wind disaster seemed to him wasteful. Now, with unlimited inner strength, he could afford to try it out. Setting his next plan, he acted without delay, maneuvering the black spirit towards deeper regions of the wind disaster autonomously. Previously, he had forcibly restrained the black spirit from moving, but now that restriction was lifted. The black spirit trembled in response, quickly accelerating as it dashed toward a direction in the wind disaster. Soon, the ship jolted suddenly, plunging into a slightly darker swirl of colorful lines, vanishing. Yu Hong stood by the circular window, watching the continuously darkening stream of colorful lines outside. The black spirit seemed to enter a tunnel darkening. This tunnel was filled with an invisible pressure, and its walls turned increasingly black. Last time I remember it took about 15 or 17 minutes to get through. This time it's faster. Maybe it'll only take. Just as Yu Hong thought, the window abruptly shook. A huge and deep sound echoed. The dark tunnel outside turned into countless colorful lines in an instant. Seeing this, Yu Hong knew he was about to enter that strange black ocean. He and Kuchan had analyzed afterward, believing that black ocean might actually be the true Phoenix Eye. Immediately, he operated all his power, first letting Tai Ling's skill flow out forcefully, spreading across the ship, forming an external protective membrane. Then it was Chaotic God Sky Eye skill inner strength, gray inner strength akin to buffer material behind the Tai Ling skill inner strength. Next came various arrays. Finally, another Tai Ling skill blended into the outer walls as sinews to strengthen defense. This time, the defense strength should be vastly superior, perhaps able to get through. Chapter 505. In the Black Ocean. The Black Spirit was like a gigantic stone, drifting in the sea, constantly sailing against the wind and waves towards a certain direction in the ocean. Ugh! In the sky, that enormous face occupying the entire sky appeared once again. Looking down, opening its mouth to vomit large amounts of colorful threads that merged into the Black Sea below. The colorful threads fell into the sea and were quickly covered by the blackness below. Yu Hong stood by the circular window, looked carefully, and found that the water was not actually black but had too many deep colors, making it seem black at a glance. He focused his mind, ready to deal with the impact of the Phoenix Eye at any time. Last time, it was the inexplicable wind and waves that caused severe damage to the ship's hull. This time, taking advantage of the enhanced setup that will automatically update fully, it's just right to test again. The wind and waves outside came one after another, gradually increasing from weak to strong, impacting the shell of the Black Spirit. Yu Hong remained vigilant, ready to provide ample Tai Ling skill inner strength for the defense system. Bang! About half an hour later, a huge impact came as expected, shaking the entire ship violently. The outer Tai Ling skill defense layer of the Black Spirit instantly collapsed. But the inner strength of the Chaotic God Sky Eye skill in the middle tenaciously blocked the subsequent invasions, firmly sticking to the surface of the Black Spirit, without dispersing. Yu Hong quickly took the opportunity to repair the outer defenses, finally managing to prevent further erosion in time. But just after he finished the repair, a second impact from outside began. Boom! The Black Spirit shook violently, its forward speed instantly dropping to zero, blocked by a sudden appearing whirlpool. The whirlpool inexplicably emerged in the middle, just blocking the route of the Black Spirit's advance. A huge force came instantaneously, without warning, crashing along with other colorful threads. The array on the surface of the Black Spirit was damaged again, breaking through 2 layers of the external defense system. Just as Yu Hong was frantically starting to tidy up the recovery, another loud noise came from outside. The enormous face in the sky had stopped vomiting and was slowly retreating, as if it was about to leave. After fixing the defense system, Yu Hong carefully watched the direction the face was leaving. But the next moment, crunch, a terrifying massive pressure descended from the sky, firmly suppressing the Black Spirit and rapidly weakening its speed. The outer wall's strength still wasn't enough, and Yu Hong could only continuously repair it to maintain a dynamic balance. The 3-layer defense system on the surface of the Black Spirit began to crack under the invisible pressure, revealing the runes and energy surging inside. Sweat appeared on Yu Hong's forehead as he rapidly increased his repair speed, while the external pressure increased just as swiftly. Time passed by second, as the pressure rapidly rose to a point of stability. The defense system on the Black Spirit's surface finally couldn't hold on, silently cracking and dispersing. Massive pressure landed instantly on the newly repaired outer wall surface. Crunch. Fine cracks appeared almost immediately, but in the next second, the entire Black Spirit suddenly veered, plunging into a dark whirlpool that suddenly appeared on the right side. The pressure fell into nothingness, and the ship vanished instantly. Inside the Phoenix Eye, the Black Sea returned to calm again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Absolute balance floating city. At the entrance of the prophetic department in Vina Tower, Margaret waited solemnly outside the door, having already handed over the remnants of the scene to the other side. The next step was to wait for the prophetic mages to trace and investigate. She originally thought this matter was simple, but now, after many days, they had only vaguely found a trace. Crunch. At this moment, the door reopened, and an old mage with graying hair walked out from inside. The mage shook his head towards Margaret. What a pity, we had initially found some traces through the goods. But now, we don't know why, we suddenly completely lost contact. Even Master Vina couldn't do it? Margaret became anxious upon hearing this. The master is too busy to cast spells for such a small matter, the old mage said helplessly. Patrol chief, keeping the prophetic wisdom spirit on all the time is very energy-consuming. Why don't we just let it go?
No.
We must find that bastard. Margaret gritted her teeth. But as the patrol chief, you've used up your free quota. Next, you'll have to pay out of pocket, the old mage reminded. Then I'll pay. As long as we find the core goods and bring them back, everything can be compensated. Margaret said fiercely. All right, then we'll continue. I'll remind you first, it costs 100 crystal coins per hour, the old mage said. 100? Margaret's anger quickly cooled a bit. So, how long does it usually take to find something? It has been 3 days already. Probably another 4 or 5 days might yield new clues. If we can't find it even then, it means the object is too far away, beyond the limits of what Arcane can detect, the old mage explained. 4 or 5 more days? Margaret had often heard people say that prophecy was the most profitable direction. She didn't take it seriously before, thinking it was a rumor, not true. But it seems now, 5 days, 120 hours at 100 crystal coins per hour. That means searching for 5 more days would cost at least 12,000 crystal coins. And that's not even guaranteed to find it. Already suffering heavy losses, Margaret looked at the old mage's helpless face, suddenly feeling a wave of indescribable exhaustion emerging from deep inside. Still searching? The old mage, seeing this state often, lowered his voice. To be honest, I personally think another 3 or 4 days and you might find it. 5 days is the maximum estimate. I'll think about it. Margaret clutched the crystal coin card in her pocket, the anger in her eyes rapidly fading. What do you think? It's the golden period for searching now. Missing it will make it harder to find later, the old mage advised. This statement made Margaret very clear about one thing. The other party was just exploiting her financially. What if we can't find anything in 5 days? She asked through gritted teeth. Then we'd have to ask Master Vina to intervene personally, if you insist. You know the cost of a level 7 master's intervention, the old mage said deeply. Can't we invite the master to intervene directly? Margaret asked in a low voice. It's possible, but without the intelligent spirit's preliminary collated information, the cost for master's intervention could be a bit higher. The old mage gestured a small amount with his hand. How much more? Margaret held onto a glimmer of hope. Only 50,000 more, a small amount for you. The old mage spoke easily. 50,000. Only? Margaret was nearly exploding. So, how much is the price for Master Vina to intervene once? 300,000 per session. The cost-effectiveness is quite high, the old mage replied sincerely. He didn't notice Margaret's hands were trembling. 300,000 was indeed affordable, but this was only to find a piece of information, a location. She estimated that the goods prepared for this venture by her group were worth about 1 million. Adding the personal resources for her son, altogether it might be worth 5 or 6 million. Most of these goods were destroyed in the explosion, and the rest, which was plundered, might still be worth 3 or 4 million. The cost here was 350,000 for one session, so if they could find it, it was still feasible. Gritting her teeth, Margaret made a decision. Then please have Master Vina intervene directly once. It's just madness. In her heart, even she couldn't control herself. It was like gambling. If she could retrieve the looted goods, everything would still be fine, still profitable. But if she couldn't find them, Margaret didn't dare to think any further. Great. True to the name of patrol chief. Definitely magnanimous. The old mage clapped his hands. Rest assured, with Master Vina's prophetic achievements, they'll certainly provide you with absolutely clear clues. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Clang, clang. Yu Hong shook his head, waking up from a daze. He looked around. He was leaning against a cargo box in the room, hanging upside down in midair. The room was filled with various items. Most had fallen down, while fixtures like tables and chairs were hanging from the ceiling just like him. Clearly, the black spirit had rolled over, turning upside down. Cough, cough. Yu Hong cleared the debris from his lungs, ignored the mess in the room, and turned to look out the window. Outside was a sky blue, with countless tiny blue crystals floating in the air. They drifted like snow, sometimes rising, sometimes falling, appearing exceptionally crystalline and beautiful under the illumination of the room's lights. The white light inside the safe house shone out from the window, forming a rectangular beam illuminating the area several tens of meters away. Yu Hong controlled his body, first moving the safe house, slowly adjusting its direction. Creak, creak. After a difficult motion like an old machine with a muffled thud, the entire black spirit returned to its normal upright position. Phew! Only then did Yu Hong walk back to the window, wipe the moisture from it, and look outside. At this moment, using his full eyesight, he saw clearly that within these blue crystal-like snowflakes lay deep and mysterious towering buildings. These were tall cylindrical skyscrapers, all frozen by the blue snowflakes, with no signs of life. Why does it feel a bit cold? Yu Hong suddenly felt waves of coolness coming over his body. He was initially stunned, then shocked. He had already reached this level. How could he still feel cold? This indicated the temperature here had reached an extremely terrifying level.
No.
It's not just the temperature. Yu Hong felt the coolness seeping through his skin, but he hadn't felt this before. The safe house had been here for at least 10 minutes already. Yet until he looked out the window, he hadn't felt cold. He took out the key of all things to check, and seeing no reaction, he put it back. Yu Hong controlled the safe house, slowly starting to move through the blue snowy wind. Amidst the dim snow, the safe house moved up a sloped highland, overlooking from afar. Outside the window was a vast blue crystalline land. Clusters of cylindrical buildings, some intact, some broken. But no matter how he searched, Yu Hong found no signs of life. Crunch. Suddenly, on the ground outside, a massive black crack slowly appeared. Yu Hong's eyes focused on the crack, suddenly recalling what Agrias said. The great extinction has already moved ahead of him. If he cannot hurry, perhaps most of what he encounters will be destruction fragments. His heart stirred slightly, controlling the black spirit to move quietly over this land. Since the great extinction has already passed, naturally the worlds that can endure longer will be there for me to reach. This way, perhaps I can directly reach sufficiently strong worlds for resupply and repair. Just like the floating city, it was so. Chapter 506. Realizing this, Yu Hong circled around the safe house and discovered that this place was only the size of a small city district. No living creatures survived. However, he did find some grave mounds near a crevice's edge. Stone tablets stood in front of the grave mounds, but the inscriptions were frozen by blue snow, obscuring any text. Crack. The door of the safe house opened. Yu Hong, his whole body enveloped in Tai Ling skill inner strength, quickly stepped out and approached the stone tablets. The blue snow blew against him, and he immediately felt an inner coldness accumulating slowly. After exhaling a breath, he held his breath and moved to the largest stone tablet. Boom! He punched the base of the stone tablet, attempting to break it off to take back as a memento. To his surprise, the thing merely wobbled, leaving a shallow fist imprint on the surface without breaking. The layer of blue snow ice on the stone tablet was shattered, revealing the inscriptions beneath. Yu Hong looked closely and recognized the inscriptions as the previously recorded Second Night language. He recalled the approximate grammar. He had mastered most of this language and could roughly understand it without a translation machine. A letter to future generations. The stone tablet's title read, "We survived the wave of source disaster monsters, thinking everything was finally calm. Unfortunately, it was just the beginning." Wu Grandmaster exhausted his efforts to establish the Chenji sect, synthesizing the essence of various schools, writing books, and expanding the cultivation of all people, hoping to forge a path different from the sages. But unfortunately, it all ended in vain. The Chenji sect was annihilated. Even the extraordinary talents of Wu Wen perished due to the source disaster. In desperation, we sought opportunities to flee. Now, as we are about to depart, amid the extinction of all souls, there may be those who escape the net. If you see this message, you can follow the line to the Tan Kong realm. Message left by Fei Hongzi. Seeing this, Yu Hong already understood. It was similar to the message he originally left behind as guidance. It served to offer the possible surviving a final glimpse of hope. It seems everyone here is already dead. He looked around, feeling his body getting colder. He immediately examined closely to find where this so-called line was. Soon, he discovered a thin red line at the base of the stone tablet. Picking up the line, Yu Hong quickly returned to the safe house. Inner strength circulated back and forth in his body dozens of times, gradually dispelling the deep-seated cold. This place is not safe to linger in. He became alert, understanding the coldness here was not merely due to low temperature, and immediately controlled Black Spirit to start the engine while holding the red line. Buzz. An almost inaudible sound arose. A vast amount of colorful lines appeared around Black Spirit, disappearing within seconds into the wind disaster lines. However, this entry into the wind disaster was different from before. Standing by the window, Yu Hong was somewhat surprised to see the red line in his hand. At the moment of entering the wind disaster, the red line floated up automatically, its end glowing red, pointing slightly in a certain direction with a gentle tugging force. It really can point the way? Yu Hong was a bit surprised. Hesitating for a moment, he decided to head in the direction indicated by the red line. However, before he could control it, he noticed Black Spirit automatically moving. The direction it was headed was precisely the direction pointed to by the red line. Time kept passing. After passing through the Phoenix Eye, the colorful lines around seemed to have deepened considerably in color. The surrounding pressure and line friction also intensified significantly. But these were within the bearing capacity of Black Spirit. It seemed that after the peak at the Phoenix Eye entrance, everything behind weakened and stabilized. Yu Hong simply meditated by the window, no longer heading to the cultivation room. That segment of red line was tied to his little finger, guiding the direction forward. A day passed. 3 days passed. 5 days. Boom! Black Spirit suddenly trembled slightly, seemingly entering a relatively calm region. The colorful line torrent around gradually weakened, and the colors brightened. Yu Hong gathered his energy, staring ahead. As expected, in less than 3 seconds, a black vortex suddenly appeared ahead. Black Spirit plunged right into it. For a moment, the light went dark, but the next moment it immediately brightened. A dark red sky appeared outside the window, accompanied by scorching hot waves, quickly raising the overall temperature of the safe house. The sky outside seemed like flowing magma or thick tomato juice, as if it might drip down at any moment. The ground was charcoal black everywhere. Columns of black smoke reached the sky, gently surging and swaying with the wind. Black Spirit floated in midair, slowly descending due to the array's influence. Standing by the window, despite being at least 1,000 meters high from the ground, his powerful eyesight could still see clearly. The ground was dense with various black skeletons. These skeletons piled like mountains, some burnt and melted into heaps, some incomplete, making it hard to tell what they were in life. Others were partially buried, with their hands raised toward the sky, as if yearning for something. Yu Hong instinctively held his breath, looking at the red line in his hand. Sure enough, the red line changed direction again. He quickly controlled Black Spirit to drift in the direction the red line pointed. Before long, boom! Black Spirit successfully landed. Wheels popped out at the base and began rolling forward. Roar! Just as it landed, the ground not far away condensed into a over 2-meter tall black human figure. The figure had dark red fissures all over its body, with flowing magma inside. His body was bloated, extremely fat. Upon seeing Black Spirit, it roared angrily and charged step by step towards this way. Yu Hong focused his mind, and outside the house emerged the figure of a Kaijing Taoist. Clap! The Kaijing Taoist stood tens of meters away and lightly pointed his finger. The power of the void one finger struck the human form, instantly causing it to explode entirely. Boom! A huge dark red fireball engulfed the area within hundreds of meters in a blink, and also engulfed the safe house Black Spirit. F***K. Yu Hong couldn't help but curse, finding the external array was damaged by about 30% in an instant. The explosion came too quickly and suddenly with immense power, almost comparable to a small-scale nuclear explosion. A few seconds later, after the flames faded, not only was the safe house array damaged, but even the Kaijing Taoist couldn't teleport in time and was directly blown away. What the hell is this place? Yu Hong could only curse briefly before seeing that dozens of meters away, black human figures rose again, roaring as they approached. No words, no communication, only the menacing figures roaring and charging. Rumble! A series of explosions echoed. The surface of Black Spirit began to show cracks once more. What frustrated Yu Hong immensely was that these humanoids seemed like they were designed to self-destruct. They would explode once they got within a certain distance of the safe house. And the explosions were tremendously powerful. After withstanding over a dozen, Yu Hong immediately summoned the Fear Shadow Kaijing Taoist for long-range attacks. Only then did he barely manage to keep the emerging black human figures within a certain range. Standing at the window, he looked outside at the continuous explosions with a grim expression. If it were anyone else, they'd have been blasted to smithereens by now, he muttered, lowering his gaze to the red line. Finding that the red line still pointed in a certain direction, he immediately controlled Black Spirit to move slowly in that direction. After traveling for over an hour, finally the black humanoids ahead began to decrease, and the surrounding terrain began to gradually rise. A large stone tablet, entirely crimson like a red crystal, appeared at the end of the horizon. Upon seeing it, Yu Hong hurried to speed up. As the distance shortened, the surrounding black humanoids became fewer. Coming within 50 meters of the stone tablet, the black humanoids disappeared completely, no longer emerging from the ground. Everything around also fell silent. With subtle clicking sounds, Black Spirit approached the tablet, and through the window, Yu Hong could make out the inscriptions. Fei Hongzi again? He thought, surprised to see the name, not expecting it to be left by the refugee from the last world, Fei Hongzi. Here could not resist successfully either. The Nan Emperor was undoubtedly the mightiest and most wise emperor in history. For 370 years, Nan ruled over 71 life planets in the vicinity, consolidating a population and power in the tens of billions to fight against the source disaster. Unfortunately, such tremendous strength was still defeated. Hundreds of billions of troops sacrificed themselves for the homeland, fearless of death. Every citizen of the empire did their best, unafraid of life and death. I admire such a great empire, yet feel sorrowful. Even such a mighty empire couldn't fend off the dreadful source disaster. What else? Who else can bring the final hope? I will continue wandering, continue searching, for the ultimate hope to counter the source disaster. Fei Hongzi. 71 life planets. Yu Hong was somewhat shocked. If the tablet's record is true, and even such power couldn't fend off the source disaster. What about Quan He? What about the floating city? Yu Hong's mood rapidly plummeted to the bottom. He looked at the red line in his hand, The line was gently snapping and crumbling away. And below the stone tablet, a new red line quietly formed. Evidently, this was Fei Hongxi's trace left for future generations. In other words, if he was walking the path of life, then these traces would constitute the path of survival. But if he was heading toward a dead end, it could still serve as a reference for those who followed. Yu Hong opened the window and retrieved the red line into his palm. Watching the red line float gently, its end pointing in a new direction, Yu Hong knew this was where Fei Hongxi next headed. Since after passing the Phoenix Eye, allowing the savior ship to act freely would definitely be unsustainable. It's better to follow this Fei Hongxi during the waiting reinforcement period to see what he went through. Maybe he could gain sufficient reference information. Yu Hong contemplated and immediately steered Black Spirit, following the red line back into the wind disaster, flying towards the next destination. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At this time, within the floating city, Margaret stared blankly as the old mage of Vina Tower handed her the bill. Utterly despondent. 350,000. 350,000 for a single prophecy from the master, only to come up with unable to investigate. If it weren't for the recorded video proving Master Vina wasn't intentionally being perfunctory, but seriously conducting a complete prophecy, Margaret might really want to die. To be honest, the old mage sighed. With such a situation, there's only one possibility, and that is a power far beyond a level 7 master's mana was obscuring the prophecy's detection. With that kind of capability and motivation, in my view, perhaps only one entity fits. Forest Sea City, Margaret suddenly realized. Indeed, only Forest Sea City had the power and motivation. If an influential person from there arranged a trial for their protege, they might genuinely undertake such a task. Chapter 507. Woo! A wailing sound came from outside the window. Countless dark-colored threads quickly skimmed past outside the window, producing a hissing friction sound. Yu Hong sat by the bed, holding a cup of jasmine milk tea, and slowly took a sip. The steaming milk tea flowed down his throat, soothing his somewhat irritable mood. Traveling alone for a long time can also breed all kinds of negative emotions. What's more, he still needed to keep an eye on all the changes happening outside in order to react in time if danger arose. It had been at least a month since he crossed the Phoenix Eye. All this time, he had been following the red line forward, without stopping at all. By now, he had no idea how deep into the wind disaster he had entered. Outside, he could no longer see any human-faced monsters. It seems those human-faced monsters were just creatures encountered in the early stages of the wind disaster. They couldn't exist deeper in. Finishing the milk tea in one gulp, Yu Hong casually tossed the cup behind him. Behind him, a speed man in a white dress and yellow jacket with black hair covering her face appeared out of thin air and caught the cup. "Another cup, please," Yu Hong said politely. The speed man silently turned around, went to the sink, and began washing the cup, preparing to make another cup. In fact, he controlled these speed men himself. Such intricate work was not something Fear Shadow could manage, as many instructions would get jumbled, so it was mostly Yu Hong handling it himself. However, sometimes a person needs some self-comfort. Even though he knew it was fake, the feeling generated by those actions was the real goal. Bang! Just as the speed man went to wash the cup, the entire black spirit shook slightly. The vibration made Yu Hong jump down from his seat. Not because he lost balance, but because he sensed that a new world had arrived. Outside the window, the dark threads instantly transformed into a milky white sky. In the sky, patches of cloud like pieces of cloth drifted slowly. Seeing the cloudy sky, Yu Hong breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since there's still a sky, this world shouldn't have gone wrong yet. The previous places he had passed through all had no sky left. The basic atmospheric environment couldn't be maintained. But here, there should still be living beings. The black spirit slowly descended in altitude. Below was a vast sea of milky white clouds. The black spirit plunged into the cloud sea, like a stone into cotton. About 10 minutes later, poof! Breaking through the cloud sea, the view ahead suddenly opened up. Sure enough, there's life. Yu Hong's involuntary words ceased as he froze by the window. What the? Is this? He rarely showed a surprised expression, but this time he truly couldn't help it. At this moment outside the window, in the sky, beneath the cloud sea, were black and white cows wearing transparent space helmets, standing upright and floating in midair. Their limbs were stiff, eyes closed, and faces naturally wore gentle smiles. Each of these cows was over 3 meters long and more than 2 meters wide, fat and large, comically so. Yu Hong approached the window and carefully observed these cows floating in the air, noticing they no longer had any breath. All were corpses. He thought for a moment, adjusted the window direction downward, and looked at the ground. Sure enough, the ground was densely filled with cow corpses. Each of them wore transparent space helmets, looking serene. This place. What the hell? He sighed, looking at the red line in his hand, and directed the black spirit towards the direction indicated by the red line. About an hour later, finally, a new stone tablet appeared ahead. This time, the inscription was more extensive than any before. Yu Hong quickly approached and read through the window. Unexpectedly, the first sentence in the inscription shattered his certain hope. Fei Hongzhi is gone. The following record will be continued by me, Cowboy. Before I write the whole truth, I must record a sentence. That is, ultimate milk exists in reality. Yu Hong was exasperated, thinking, what does this even mean? Could it be Fei Hongzhi arrived in a world full of cows? He continued reading. Ever since we, the Cow Clan, defeated the human clan and seized world dominance, all the cows fell into a frenzy of joy, lost in the glory of victory, neglecting improvement and wasting martial arts, until the endless terrifying source disaster struck. It was at this critical moment that Master Fei Hongzhi arrived in our land, teaching us how to more effectively resist the source disaster. He saved many of our cows and made indelible contributions to the alliance of the human clan and cow clan. Unfortunately, good times were short-lived. The wind disaster we resisted was not truly dangerous in the initial swarms of ordinary monsters. Master Fei Hongzhi divided the source disaster into several stages. The first stage was the invasion of numerous self-aware monsters. In this stage, Master and our 5 immortal realm cows joined forces to successfully repel them. Then came the second stage, the unconscious destroyers. If the previous stage's monster swarm could be defeated by crushing their conscious spirit, this stage's monsters could no longer be considered beings but should be called destroyers. They have no consciousness, capable of terrifying self-detonation at any time. Only those in the immortal realm could resist. Even Master Fei Hongzhi, who initially held his own, eventually resorted to prayer along with everyone else, hoping for the cow god to grant more ultimate milk to revive the many fallen cow kings. The war erupted, lasting until the 532nd year after Master's arrival. Finally, an unexpected event broke the long-standing deadlock. Among the unconscious destroyers appeared stronger conscious waverers. Later generations, no matter your strength, be cautious, be wary of facing such terrifying destructive existence. In ancient times, they were called the intervals, once destroying countless cows and humans. Resistance lost its meaning. Countless cows perished in their sleep, in confusion, with ultimate milk becoming a distant dream. Master decided to leave, leaving the final inscription to be written by me, Duan Wushang. If you find yourself here as a later generation, you should understand our attempt failed. Despite Master's experience and preparations, resistance lasted through the first 2 stages, but the appearance of the third stage was beyond our power. Later generations, if you can leave this world, follow the red line to the Huiqing realm. Perhaps there you'll find some fleeting hope. From Duan Wushang. Reading the words on the stone tablet, Yu Hong had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The other party was clearly not of the human clan, yet under Fei Hongzhi's teachings, they displayed will and faith no lesser than humans. Though the notion of ultimate milk was amusing, those were minor details. Yu Hong was more concerned about the unconscious destroyers and the intervals recorded above. Gazing with focus at the bottom of the stone tablet, he indeed found a new, bright red line appearing in his hand. Simultaneously, the red line in his hand turned to ashes and disappeared. Without hesitation, Yu Hong activated the black spirit and continued entering the wind disaster. In the stream of colored lines, he once again accelerated towards the direction indicated by the red line. This departure turned out to be far longer than Yu Hong had anticipated. Much longer. More than 10 days later, deep within the wind disaster, countless colored lines slid past the window. Yu Hong sat by the window, waiting for the completion of the fusion. The black spirit was about to undergo a complete major upgrade. The cost of this upgrade was the worth of millions of all materials from Margaret. Yu Hong anticipated that not only would it gain automated repairs, but it would also see considerable enhancement in many aspects. Woo! A faint vibration came from outside the window, but Yu Hong didn't even lift his head. Many days before, he had already grown weary of the unchanging scenery outside. Since entering the Phoenix Eye, he hadn't encountered any monsters from previous invasions. Outside, except for the radiation energy, it was still more radiation energy. The monotonous scenery quickly made him feel weary. At this point, all his attention was focused on the major upgrade of the safe house. Watching as the countdown gradually approached 0, the last minute flickered away in an instant. Finally, buzz! The entire safe house experienced an unprecedented tremor. Everything around became blurry and unclear. This blurriness lasted only 3 seconds before clarity returned. And everything around had undergone a complete transformation. In the wind disaster of colored lines, the shape of the black spirit suddenly transformed from its previous irregular stone block form, rapidly expanding, with specks of silver appearing on its surface. Though it still appeared as a stone, it now resembled a silver ore, rather than an ordinary stone block. Inside, Yu Hong watched as the original 2-story black spirit swiftly turned into 3 stories. At the same time, everything inside stayed intact, briefly flashing with a layer of silver light. That light seemed to replace all interior walls and all furniture connected to the ground with another material. Simultaneously, a piece of brown-yellow instruction paper landed in his hand. Everything quickly settled down. Yu Hong looked around, as if everything had changed, yet seemingly nothing had changed. Oddly, although he was inside the wind disaster, he felt no trace of external vibrations. The surroundings were eerily quiet, without the slightest noise. Picking up the instruction manual, he took a deep breath and read carefully with a hint of anticipation. Safe house enhancement complete, outer wall strength upgraded to Ring State Civilization's highest level, Endless Dragon level. Automatic restoration ability of 1% per hour. If materials are damaged, timely supplementation of materials nearly at Endless Dragon level strength is required. Obtained automatic concealment fusion capability. Able to find suitable carriers when entering any area, virtualize and transform the carrier into its real structure. Prevents detection by any probing capability. The instruction manual was simple, just these 2 paragraphs, but Yu Hong saw the power of this enhancement. Disregarding strength, the automated recovery of 1% per hour meant that in just 100 hours, all damage would be fully repaired and updated. In a little over 4 days, all injuries would be repaired, which already perfectly satisfied Yu Hong's needs. Moreover, while he was inside the house, he felt no friction or collision from the external wind disaster, indicating that the degree of enhancement this time made coping with the current external wind disaster a breeze. Very easy. The new capability also seemed to be an enhanced version of the isolation state, shifting from requiring active initiation to a passive ability. What additional effects it might have weren't clear to Yu Hong until it was actually used. But it was conceivable that the magnitude of this enhancement far surpassed any previous one. I can finally get a good night's sleep. He sighed, a look of ease appearing on his face. Next! Crack. In a daze, Yu Hong shuddered all over. Chapter 508. At this moment, Yu Hong was horrified to discover that his Tai Ling skill had surprisingly broken through another layer. Without cultivation, just by relying on the automatic cultivation characteristic of Tao breath circulation, he unexpectedly reached the 8th layer's eternal day so quickly. This, a kind of inexplicable soft light, white with a translucent glow, started to illuminate faintly behind him. Yu Hong stood up, turned around to see the light, but as he turned, the light seemed embedded on his back, rotating with him. He could feel the light well in his body start to divide like cells, splitting into 2, then 4, then 8, multiplying rapidly. Although the newly appearing light wells weren't as big as the original one, in just a few seconds, the single light well in his dantian had multiplied into hundreds. The chaotic God Sky Eye skill that could previously suppress the Tai Ling skill could no longer continue to suppress it, gradually being forced out. Roar! Under the agitation of the gray inner strength, a 2-winged tiger with white base and black stripes appeared around him, roaring and struggling, but it was in vain. The 8th layer of Tai Ling skill was already extremely close to the ultimate 9th layer Bright God, about to face the ultimate sun. Endless light energy surged within Yu Hong's body, giving him an illusionary feeling of being able to destroy everything at this moment. But this was not what he wanted. No, I must find a way to suppress the Tai Ling skill, or I'll be doomed before I can find the land of vitality. Feeling the unrestricted light disaster radiation energy in his body, Yu Hong felt not strength, but anxiety. At this moment, he was no longer restricted, and his burst power was hundreds of times stronger than before. One could say he could wave his hand and instantly kill his previous self now. Thinking of this, Yu Hong pinned his hopes on the chaotic God Sky Eye skill. He immediately took off his eye cover and dug out the outer eye from its socket. Strengthen the outer eye direction, capable of resisting light disaster ultimate Sunday. The sudden explosive increase in Tai Ling skill brought unexpected changes to his original plan, forcing him to set everything else aside and first resolve the threat of the ultimate sun. Soon, a black line flickered on the back of his hand. A new countdown appeared on the surface of the outer eye. November 8th, year 32275. Begin strengthening of the outer eye? The black mark's inquiry came as expected. Yu Hong was stunned. He had expected the time to be long, but not this long. Such a long time was definitely not feasible. Before the strengthening was finished, he would be gone. So he quickly cancelled it, then sat in place and pondered for a moment. Since direct strength enhancement to resist is unrealistic, then the only way to save myself is to borrow strength. Reflecting on the fact that he was currently deep in a wind disaster area, Yu Hong quickly formulated a plan. He once again extended his hand, and this time what he wanted to strengthen was not a power or a technique, but direction. Strengthen the outer eye direction. Enhance my ability to guide me to a place that can resist the ultimate sun. The black line flickered again. A new countdown and black mark inquiry appeared simultaneously. Yu Hong ignored the inquiry, focusing instead on the red numbers on the surface of the outer eye. 3 days 11 hours 02 minutes. Phew! Finally, he let out a long sigh. Indeed, just indicating a direction drastically reduced the time required by the black mark. He immediately chose to begin. As a large amount of inner strength was absorbed, the countdown flickered and began. Yu Hong sat cross-legged, beginning to try to absorb wind disaster power, constructing a new wind well in his body to balance the excessively powerful Tai Ling skill light well. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 3 days later, deep within the black disaster, the endless torrent of black was tumbling and surging outside the window. Yu Hong stood by the window, looking out at the black liquid, not saying a word. Poof! Suddenly, a ghastly white hand pressed against the edge of the window, slowly relaxing before being washed away by the black water, disappearing into the torrent. Yu Hong touched the newly strengthened outer eye. It was this eye's ability that guided the black spirit to return to the depths of the black disaster. The strengthened black spirit remained unshaken regardless of any monster encountered here. It was as if the world outside and inside the window were two separate realms, not interfering with each other. But Yu Hong knew that the end of the direction seen in his eye was approaching soon. The clue that took 3 days to strengthen couldn't be reused. It was a one-time ability that would disappear after being used. This gave Yu Hong more confidence in his self-rescue journey this time. playing with a newly strengthening outer eye in hand. He gazed out at the world, quietly waiting.
Yuhong.
Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. It was Agrias. Yuhong instantly recognized this distinctly characteristic voice. "You've ventured too far. In 5 more minutes, at your current speed, I'll lose all ability to sense you. You are now in the Source Desolate Zone, a depth unreachable by any savior ship. Be careful." Like a parting message, Agrias's voice quickly faded away after saying this. Yuhong lightly grasped the outer eye in his hand without speaking. The significant enhancement of the safe house allowed him to push through the Phoenix Eye and subsequent areas in one go, reaching places no other captain had before, which surprised him a bit. Am I the only one? Unexplored territory, well then, wish me luck. Yuhong turned away from the window and headed to the main control room on the 2nd floor. Half an hour later, the black spirit took a sudden dive into a surprisingly appearing transparent vortex within the black torrent, disappearing. After a short moment of confusion, Yuhong awakened from his meditative state. He opened his eyes, stood up, and looked out from the main control room. Outside the circular window was a scene of wind and snow scattering over a gray-white mountain range. The mountain range stretched endlessly, extending to the limit of visibility. Yuhong let out a breath, looking up at the sky. The sky was a gray-white hue, and a massive dark red planet occupying half of the sky was slowly rolling and hovering as if ready to fall at any moment. The planet's surface, with its rugged mountains and valleys, was visibly clear. Yuhong noticed that at the bottom of this gigantic red planet, a spaceship resembling an ancient Chinese sailboat was flying towards him. The spaceship was entirely brown, with white sails billowing in the wind, trailing dots of white light, unclear if propelled by wind or some other energy. Standing at the window, he watched as the ship rapidly closed in, then decelerated as it neared. With a splash, several figures leaped off the ship. The figures, stepping on flying swords, wore white garments like snow, with long black hair neatly tied at the back, exuding the demeanor of a sword immortal. As they approached, Yuhong suddenly widened his eyes at what seemed like a surprising scene. Thump, thump, thump. Soon, the door to the black spirit was knocked. A sword-wielding man with a silver headband led the way, knocking on the door. Is this the place? This is it. A woman behind him nodded in response. Why do you knock, senior brother? Since it has been made into a door, it means the owner wishes for visitors to knock. The man smiled, revealing teeth and a mouth full of silver-gray metal parts crafted from machinery. More precisely, his entire body, half of his head, was mechanized, one half flesh, the other machinery. His junior sister, beside him, was similar, even more so. A complete silver-gray mechanical being with eyes flashing electronic red lights scanning the surroundings, and her face full of intricately fitting assembly lines. Bai Shang from Qinghe Mountain, here to visit the master of this cave mansion. I request an audience, the senior brother declared loudly. Yuhong observed these people, noticing that the traces of flesh on their bodies were minimal, with most parts turned mechanical. He didn't know exactly where he had arrived, but since the strengthened ability of the outer eye suggested there might be a way to defeat the ultimate sun here, he was determined to find clues. The language they spoke was a variant of night language which was generally understood. With a little adaptation, he could grasp their meaning. Yuhong thought for a moment and responded through the door. I am just a wandering traveler, afflicted with a severe illness, hoping to find a chance for healing here. Severe illness? What illness prevents you from showing your face? The senior brother chuckled, questioning. Are you aware of the Source disaster?
Yuhong countered.
At these words, the expressions of the people at the door changed abruptly. The Guihong cave battle should have completely sealed the Source disaster, shouldn't it? How does the gentleman know of this secret? The senior brother stated in a low voice. We were cultivating in the mountain when we noticed spatial fluctuations within our territory. Upon investigating, we discovered it was your cave mansion. You trespass into our sect's territory unprovoked and mention such a secretive matter as the Source disaster. What are your intentions? The junior sister's tone was unfriendly. May I ask, How much do you know about the source disaster? Yu Hong did not get angry but instead released a wisp of light disaster radiation energy. Just a trace of energy instantly caused the people outside the door to change their expressions greatly and retreat rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they retreated dozens of meters away. In today's universe, since the 99 star realms were sealed and isolated by many heavenly venerates using the purple grass secret technique, many star sects consider themselves island kingdoms. It's been over 20,000 years, the senior brother said solemnly. The term source disaster was used in ancient books. Now it's more generally referred to as star disaster. He paused, looking gravely at Yu Hong's door. You carry the power of the star disaster and claim to be gravely ill. Are you possibly an infected person cursed by the star disaster? I don't know what an infected person is, but I am indeed afflicted by the star disaster you mentioned, unable to free myself, which is why I came here seeking treatment. Yu Hong answered earnestly. Treatment? You have come to the right place. But treating infected people is extraordinarily costly. Cost is not the issue. The crucial point is whether it can be cured, Yu Hong stated seriously. Being cured is certain, but we must first ascertain your origins. If your background is dubious, our sect will definitely not offer help. May I know how to address you? I am Bai Sheng. This is my junior sister, He Ying. The man introduced himself. I am Yu Hu. Yu Hong gave a false name. By the way, where exactly is this? I had an issue with a spatial jump, so. This is the Eastern Divine Domain's southern perpetual fall star system, Qinghe Mountain. It's known as one of the resourceful stars around, primarily producing Qinghe secret medicine, and is one of the sects under the 9-star sword sect. Yu Hong was a bit perplexed. So, may I ask, how large is this perpetual fall star system? Ha! The two were also perplexed, thinking perhaps this person had a problem with his mind. He didn't even know the perpetual fall star system? Well, the perpetual fall star system consists of 67 million constant star systems. Qinghe Mountain is an insignificant little region, with only 70 constant star systems under its jurisdiction, a mere drop in the ocean. This. Chapter 509. This big? Yu Hong's temple throbbed slightly upon hearing this explanation. In his previous world, most places were the size of a single planet, with only a few having multiple planets. But this place suddenly jumped to such a vast extent. So, this is Qinghe Mountains, one of the mining stars in the 6th constant star system. Bai Sheng added, My junior sister, Master, and I have been here for over 100 years. Our master was assigned by Qinghe Mountain to manage this mining star. To be honest, it's been over 100 years, and the top hasn't actively contacted us here, probably having forgotten us by now. As he spoke, a bitter smile appeared on his face. So, you all were from Qinghe Mountain, sent here to guard the planet?
Yu Hong understood.
Actually, it's not really a branch anymore. We've long since established ourselves here. Over the years, the situation everywhere has become increasingly strange, and communication devices often fail. Even when ships return, they can't always find anyone. I'm almost starting to wonder if we're the only branch left managing the 6th constant star system. Bai Sheng said helplessly. So when we saw you jumping over, we were so surprised and rushed over immediately to investigate. Senior brother, stop talking so much. We haven't even tested the safety yet. He Ying, standing by, protested slightly. Oh, I almost forgot. Brother Yu Hu, if you're seeking treatment for a serious illness, you should go to the main star system of Qinghe Mountain, not to a resource-managing mining star like this. Bai Sheng explained. Actually, my spaceship also malfunctioned, preventing me from reaching the main star system. Getting here is already a great fortune. Yu Hong replied helplessly, knowing that the distance in the universe was extremely exaggerated, often measured in light years and light days. Not to mention, just a light hour alone would take him an unknown amount of time to traverse on the Black Spirit. So often he would move with the wind disaster. Distances weren't that exaggerated there. Well then, brother, come out, and I'll take you to see my master. Let's check the severity of your illness. Bai Shang said earnestly. Such straightforwardness made Yu Hong feel a bit vigilant. Seeing Yu Hong's silence, Bai Shang continued. Of course, if it's inconvenient for Brother Yu Hu, then never mind. You can wait till your ship is repaired and head directly to the main star system for treatment. Yu Hong sensed his surroundings, confirming that these two were the only living beings around. So he no longer hesitated, tidied his clothes, and opened the door to come out. He was about the same height as Bai Shang and He Ying, but people here seemed noticeably taller. As soon as he came out, Yu Hong took a deep breath and sensed the faint red value radiation in the air, causing his expression to shift slightly. Greetings, you two. I am Yu Hu. I didn't avoid meeting you on purpose. It's just... He pointed to the faint white glow behind him, looking helpless. Bai Shang and He Ying noticed the faint glow behind him as soon as he stepped out, causing their expressions to change dramatically. It's indeed the aura of a star disaster, and very strong. A faint click came from the side of Bai Shang's head. After a few seconds, he spoke gravely. It's already quite serious. In no more than 3 months, the star disaster will erupt with your body as the source. We must seek Master's help to suppress it as soon as possible. At this moment, He Ying also recognized Yu Hong's genuine need for help, realizing her misunderstanding. Her eyes flashed red a few times as she spoke. This is the aura of a light disaster. At this level, it must have been affecting you for over 100 years. Why are you only seeking treatment now? Not over 100 years. Yu Hong smiled bitterly. I mastered a cultivation technique, advancing rapidly, thinking I'd found a divine skills secret manual, only to realize. Quickly, get on the ship, Bai Shang said gravely, whispering a few words to He Ying. He Ying raised her hand and formed a few seals. I need to temporarily sever your connection with the light disaster. It might hurt a bit, so please bear with it. Okay. Yu Hong nodded, somewhat surprised that even a disciple could temporarily sever the issue on his body. In fact, he was a bit doubtful. But in the next moment, He Ying pointed a single finger at him. A layer of purple-black glow enveloped his entire body out of thin air. The glow was filled with countless black chains formed by numbers, intertwined and overlapping, almost dizzying at a glance. The power of the glow wasn't very strong, but it was extremely precise and highly dense, confronting the inner strength of the light disaster Tai Ling technique effortlessly, cutting it apart like a knife through tofu. Soon, numerous black chains penetrated Yu Hong's dantian, slowly sealing a large number of light wells within him. This left Yu Hong in awe. Seemingly seeing his awe, He Ying also smiled. What's so surprising? You've only cultivated this technique for 2 years. No matter how fast the progress, how could it compare to my hundreds of years of pure power? We cultivators, without the ability to seal a star disaster, wouldn't be sent to guard a mining star. Even when the heavenly venerates sealed star disasters for tens of thousands of years, sporadic leaks still caused outbreaks of plagues and epidemic humans. After confirming Yu Hong's genuine need for medical help, her attitude improved significantly. Yu Hong checked his divine split within Black Spirit, confirming everything was fine, and followed by Shang and He Ying towards the spaceship. After a few steps, silver flying swords lit up under the two's feet, shooting upwards. Yu Hong hesitated for a moment, jumped with great force, and soared over 30 meters high, joining them on the flying sailboat. Brother Yu Hu, could it be? You can't fly? Bai Shang asked, surprised after landing. Am I supposed to? Yu Hong shook his head. Apologies. Just a bit surprised. Bai Shang waved his hand. Considering your power, you must be at least close to the nascent soul stage, yet you can't fly, which is indeed rare. Nascent soul stage? Yu Hong asked, puzzled. Yes, with true Yuan undying, able to endure for hundreds or thousands of years. That's one of the hallmarks of the nascent soul stage. The power you have is nearly at this level, showing some immortal characteristics, though not yet strong. Bai Shang went to the front of the boat, skillfully operating the helm. Click, click. The spaceship emitted a faint sound like old gears turning, moving slowly towards the distant gray-white mountain range. Pardon us. This place is remote, and supply ships come once every decade to transport goods. Not even tourists visit. The whole planet only has the three of us and Master. Everything else is automated equipment. Bai Sheng sighed. So when you appeared, my junior sister and I rushed over immediately, quite surprised. Repairing the ship isn't too difficult. What's hard is the lack of materials and high-precision machines. He Ying added. Out of the 30-plus production lines, half have stopped. But even if we send a message, no one cares. No reply at all. When we first arrived, Master contacted the top early on, and 5 years ago, they said they would send someone to maintain things. But something happened on their end, the person was replaced, and the replacement didn't want to suffer in such a remote place, so they just took the position without doing any work. It's been over 100 years now. Bai Sheng said helplessly. Our branch has long since distanced from the core. It's normal not to be cared for, but the frustration comes from inadequate repairs. If the goods aren't produced, the top won't care about our excuses, and there won't be any leniency when blaming us. He Ying said, annoyed. Master already has a plan, no rush. Bai Sheng said calmly. Yu Hong listened to their back and forth about their sect and their branch. Listening, he somewhat understood the situation here. Not to mention the 9-star sword sect, even Qinghe Mountain is immensely large, overseeing 70 constant star systems, with each system having 10 to 22 planets. Most are resource and mining stars, with only 5 habitable planets altogether. The branch of Bai Sheng and He Ying's master is calm and avoids conflict, naturally distanced in disputes, assigned to the remote 6th constant star system to manage a mining star. Until now, Bai Sheng, his junior sister, and master have been here for at least 100 years. Yu Hong remotely controlled Black Spirit to move with the spaceship while listening to the two chat and inquire about his situation. What? You're only in your 20s? Bai Sheng, in the middle of drinking a milky white beverage, almost choked at these words, coughing loudly with white droplets even spraying from his nostrils. What? Not believable. Yu Hong examined himself, seeing no issue. Bai Sheng fell silent, exchanged a glance with his junior sister, and began quietly transmitting sound. In his 20s and already at golden core stage perfection? Almost stepping into nascent soul? Are our years cultivating nascent souls just for dogs then? Maybe it's a problem with his cultivation technique. Possibly. Some demon techniques rush the process, but eventually get stuck permanently at one level and ultimately backfire irreversibly. His case seems like that. Bai Sheng nodded. Should we save him? He Ying hesitated. That depends on Master. After determining his nature, if there's no issue, I think Master might help. Bai Sheng replied. The spaceship slowly crossed over one gray-white snowy peak after another, soon descending into a basin-like brown depression. This depression housed a Taoist architecture-style complex made of silver-white metal mixed with rock. Palaces, H-shaped courtyards, and towers cast dappled shadows under the faint sky light. Yu Hong noticed most buildings had fallen into disrepair, some areas perpetually in darkness with no lighting and devoid of brightness. We're here. This is Wanchua Palace, my master Yu Shuezi's residence built at his own expense. Brother Yu who, when you meet my master, try not to lie. Master hates juniors lying to him. Bai Sheng said softly. Understood.
Yu Hong nodded.
He followed them off the spaceship. Since he couldn't fly, Bai Sheng helped him down gently from the spaceship. The three entered through Wanchua Palace's gates, crossing a vast corridor. Yu Hong immediately saw a handsome Taoist sweeping snow in front of a palace. You're back? Is this the guest you brought from that spaceship? The Taoist's silver hair flowed like tassels, shimmering in the sun. Behind him was a pair of white wings, with fine, soft feathers fluttering gently. He wore a simple black Taoist robe and a bronze 8 diagrams mirror around his neck, his visage as youthful as someone in their 30s, with pure and fair skin. Chapter 510. Yu who greets Master Yu Shue. Yu Hong already knew at this moment that the other party's cultivation was unfathomable, so he immediately took the initiative to lower his posture and stepped forward with a bow. Where do you come from? Where are you going? Why are you seriously ill? Yu Shuezi asked calmly, looking at Yu Hong. He was nearly 4 meters tall, much taller than Yu Hong. From afar, he looked like an enlarged and handsome Lei Jinzi. Senior, I come from a remote planet and am headed to the land of vitality to explore the star disaster. As for why I'm seriously ill, Yu Hong smiled wryly. In times of crisis, I had no choice. Any power I could grasp, I would take hold of first and worry about the rest later. Thinking about it now, the cultivation techniques he strengthened in such a short time with such great progress were inevitably demon path and evil path techniques, weren't they? What orthodox technique could become so powerful in just over 2 years? Such rapid advancement was bound to bring great repercussions. Land of Vitality? Yu Shuezi was stunned, carefully looking at Yu Hong. You want to go to the Land of Vitality? I'm afraid your hope is slim. This junior knows all too well, but in one's life, there must be pursuits, Yu Hong replied. You carry the scent of a star god contract. These primordial entities love to do such things. What they cannot accomplish themselves, they hope others will help them complete. Little do they know, the beings they find naturally won't be stronger than they are. In such a state, except for relying on luck, the success rate is pitifully low. Yu Shuezi seemed somewhat knowledgeable about star gods. Master! Yu Hong wanted to say more, but Yu Shuezi raised a hand to stop him. Enough! Solving your condition isn't that difficult. Just isolate the light disaster's connection to you. But as for the reward for treatment, what will you use to pay? Yu Shuezi said straightforwardly. Junior! Yu Hong thought for a moment about to speak. Unexpectedly, Bai Shang on the side suddenly moved his lips, seemingly transmitting a message. In the next moment, Yu Shuezi's eyebrows furrowed, and he began to look at Yu Hong with a questioning and unbelieving gaze. But soon, the doubt in his eyes quickly turned into shock and amazement. What the heck? It's really 2 years. Yu Shuezi couldn't hold back, crushing the broom in his hand into pieces that shattered all over the ground. Unconsciously, he stepped closer to Yu Hong, bent over, and his emerald-like eyes emitted 2 green beams, scanning up and down Yu Hong's body. What? A mess of a hodgepodge is this? The eyes, with peculiar power fluctuations, succeeded in attracting his attention. The fluctuation was similar to some advanced monsters from the spirit disaster, but without the unique pollution of the spirit disaster. It was as if it had naturally developed within the person before him, with an integrated qi. No matter how Yu Shuezi calculated, he couldn't figure out how such a thing could possibly develop within Yu Hong's body of this strength. It was like a diamond being formed in a lump of dough. Just arriving at this conclusion made Yu Shuezi start questioning whether there was an issue with his own calculative knowledge. Meanwhile, the other eye was also very similar to some cultivators with innate gifts, possessing special abilities. Could it be an implant? The qi mechanism shouldn't be so naturally integrated if so? This was the crux of what left him utterly perplexed. This was a young man full of mysteries, definitely not more than 30 years old, but he already had the perfection of the golden core stage. Although it was a fast-tracked evil path cultivation, even in the evil path, he had never seen someone advance in the golden core stage this quickly. Master! Yu Hong was bewildered, feeling somewhat uneasy under the other's scrutiny. Nothing. Yu Shuezi retracted the glow from his eyes and said calmly, The treatment is not difficult, but my Qinghe Mountain is a famous orthodox path, while your magic skill is from demon path and evil path, heavily tainted by killing aura. Therefore, I ask you this. Among those you've killed, were there any innocent and kind people? He asked this with great righteousness and utmost seriousness.
No.
Yu Hong also replied solemnly and loudly. In your actions, have you ever gone against your conscience? Have you ever harmed others for personal gain?
No.
Yu Hong answered again. Good. Yu Shuezi clapped Yu Hong on the shoulder. In that case, I will suppress the problem in your body for you. But suppression is all I can do. To completely resolve it, you need to practice orthodox techniques to strengthen virtue and suppress evil, thoroughly blocking the channel connected to the light disaster within your body. This, May I ask, Master, what exactly is orthodoxy? I've never seen a power capable of resisting the source disaster and star disaster on my journey. It's all about leveraging another source disaster's power to reach a delicate balance. That's a good question, Yu Shuizi said with a hint of astonishment. It seemed he hadn't expected Yu Hong to have such insight. But the answer is a secret we do not pass on. If you wish to know, you must join our sect. So, Master can only help suppress it temporarily. To resolve it, I must practice orthodox techniques, and to practice orthodox techniques, I must join your sect to receive the teachings. Yu Hong realized the meaning. What nonsense is this? Am I the kind of person who forces a sale? Yu Shuizi said with narrowed eyes, holding his head high. I will suppress it for you for free, and later you can seek other orthodox masters. He said earnestly. But this place is remote, and even the nearest branch of Qinghe Mountain is more than 10 light years away. If you want to leave, you need to carefully consider whether your journey will be timely enough. Yu Shuizi added, after all, my suppression can only extend the time by 3 months. Yu Hong was left speechless, catching a glimpse of He Ying sneaking a laugh out of the corner of his eye. He roughly understood the other's intentions. Immediately, he no longer hesitated, bowing deeply to Yu Shuizi. In that case, this junior humbly requests for Master Yu Shuizi to accept him into the sect and impart the true teachings. No rush, no rush. Your character needs to be observed further. Let's first suppress the light disaster connection in your body. Yu Shuizi was indeed in no hurry to accept him. Thank you, Master. Yu Hong hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Then about the reward. It's a trivial matter. Don't mention it again, Yu Shuizi said lightly. As Yu Hong stood up, a speck of golden light lit at Yu Shuizi's fingertip. Instantly, the golden light shot out, leaving a trail of afterimages, striking the center of Yu Hong's dantian. All of a sudden, the numerous light wells in Yu Hong's body, which had already been sealed once, now seemed as if the wells' openings were blocked with sand and stone, causing the radiation emissions to plummet greatly. In just a few seconds, all the light wells in the dantian completely shut, as if disappearing with no more sound. At the same time, the inner strength of the chaotic god sky I skill rapidly filled the void, completely occupying the dantian and further blocking the power's outburst from the light wells. Yu Hong stood in place, bewildered by the whole situation. The ultimate sun issue that had troubled him for so long seemed to be resolved effortlessly by this person before him. This gave him a strong sense of unreality. Is this done? He asked in disbelief. Of course not. Yu Shuizi shook his head. The source of the light disaster is the ultimate sun, and you have already had a minor connection with the ultimate sun. Therefore, the connection isn't easy to sever. It's just temporarily cut and isolated. He paused and continued. To achieve a complete isolation and disconnection, you must rely on yourself to cultivate along the righteous path, to cultivate your essence qi in perfect unity, to enter the golden core realm of no leakage. Only then can you avoid your qi mechanism being captured and linked by the source disaster. The evil path and demon path routes you took before caused your qi mechanism to leak like a sieve. Your power increased rapidly, but so did the risk of death. Yu Shuizi commented unreservedly. Yu Hong nodded in understanding. So next. You should go rest first. Further observation is needed to ensure everything is thoroughly stable. Yu Shuizi explained with a wave of his hand. Junior takes his leave. Yu Hong immediately saluted. He Ying led him to his resting place. Leaving Bai Shang behind, once everyone was far away, he spoke to Yu Shuizi via transmission. Master, why did I accept that person and even treat him for free, right? Yu Shuizi finished his sentence. Exactly, this disciple doesn't understand. Even if it's you, the energy consumption wouldn't be light, would it? After all, it is the ultimate source of the light disaster. Bai Shang frowned. Actually, it's not that bad. Yu Shuizi laughed heartily. It sounds intimidating, the ultimate source of the light disaster, the ultimate solar power. But do you know how big the ultimate sun is? How big? Bai Shang paused. The current ultimate sun should be about as large as 10 to 20 constant star systems combined. Note that it's all the space fused together, not merely stacked planets, Yu Shuezi explained. That large? Bai Shang was shocked. Actually, for the ultimate powers of each source disaster, we all have observations. Upon reaching a certain realm, they are disasters that must be encountered. Such a vast ultimate sun, the little guy only bears an insignificant speck. To be blunt, the total amount of borrowed power that little guy has isn't even a billionth of the ultimate sun. Cutting this amount off was incredibly low difficulty for me. But even so, why does Master want to take him as a disciple? Bai Shang was still puzzled. Let me ask you, when I took you as my disciple, how much did I give your family? Yu Shuezi asked. About 10,000 source stones. Bai Shang replied honestly. And how much did I give your junior sister's family? Yu Shuezi asked again. 55,000. Bai Shang remembered this very clearly. Then why did you choose to become my disciple instead of another Qinghe Mountain immortal? Yu Shuezi asked again. Because you offered more money, Bai Shang answered honestly once more. Correct. Yu Shuezi clapped his hands. Now, why was I willing to give money to your families? Because my junior sister and I have good potential. Bai Shang thought for a moment and answered. Precisely. Yu Shuezi nodded. Now let me ask you. He turned around, looking at his eldest disciple. When a potential 10 times better than yours appears before me, what do you think I would do? Give money? Bai Shang asked, puzzled. Bribe? Yu Shuezi slapped him on the forehead. Do you think I have that much money? Can I outdo other immortals? I can't. In such times, bribing is pointless. Retaining the person and making established facts is what's crucial. Master, you're wise, Bai Shang quickly complimented, holding his head. Of course, to guard against any potential issues this person might have, I'll observe him for some time, but establish the relation first, and if problems arise, expel him from the sect. If we can cultivate a new high-level immortal for the sect, the three of us can also leave this bitter cold place and return to the main star system to enjoy life. Yu Shuezi sighed. Leaving is key, and the rest we'll address later on. Chapter 511. Heiying led Yu Hong through the dark and deep mine tunnel. Having left Wanshua Palace where Yu Shuezi resided, the two moved at a brisk pace, walking along the mine tunnel for more than 10 minutes. Heiying walked silently at the front. Strangely, she neither accelerated nor used her power to fly, but merely walked quickly like an ordinary person. You could say she wasn't in a hurry, yet her footsteps were also hurried. You could say she was in a hurry, but why she didn't use her power to accelerate was unknown. Yu Hong glanced around. The pitch-black mine tunnel held no lights, with only the occasional dim blue luminescent stones on the walls providing some light. If others were here, they might be stumbling around blindly, seeing nothing. But with the faint vision function inherent in his eyesight, Yu Hong was unaffected. He looked at the back of Heiying a few meters ahead. Yu Hong didn't know how much longer they would walk, and couldn't help but call out, "Senior sister?" No response. Heiying continued walking straight ahead, not turning her head, silent, as if she hadn't heard him. "Senior sister?" Yu Hong called again. Still no response. Walking straight through the mine tunnel, there was a slight stiffness in Heiying's movements for some reason. This was completely different from the somewhat temperamental but straightforward Heiying Yu Hong had seen earlier. "Sen?" Yu Hong was ready to call for the third time. "What's the matter?" Heiying suddenly responded, stopping in place with her back to him. "I was just wondering why we're not accelerating and just walking like this. It's unknown how long it will take." Yu Hong suppressed his doubts and asked, Sorry, I forgot." Heiying slightly tilted her head, as if only now realizing she could accelerate. "All right." Yu Hong nodded, following closely as they continued onward. Suddenly, a black hole appeared before his eyes in the black wall of the mine tunnel on the right. Inside the hole, there was no wind, no light, just pure darkness. "We've arrived." Suddenly, Heiying, who was leading, turned a corner and found a stone staircase leading upward in the surrounding wall. She proceeded to enter first. Yu Hong took another look at that hole before following after her. They ascended several dozen stone steps before He Ying finally reached the surface. Above ground, 100 meters from the entrance to the underground, stood a 5-story pointed roof pavilion. Its exterior was a mix of black and red, with some bell-like objects hanging from the corners of the eaves, emitting soft tinkling noises as the wind blew. You'll be sleeping here from now on. This pavilion comes with its own cultivation room, quiet room, kitchen, and latrine. It's one of the few places we have left that is still in a decent condition, He Ying said, standing at the entrance to the corridor, casually pulling open the slightly crooked heavy iron door. Clatter. It seemed something at the door hinge broke. But He Ying was unfazed, turning her head to look at Yu Hong. Right, this place is old and hasn't been maintained, so you might encounter some strange noises. Don't worry about it. We're short on materials and maintenance personnel, so bear with it a bit. It's no problem, senior sister. The conditions are already great. Yu Hong nodded. Good. That's great. He Ying nodded with satisfaction, releasing the heavy iron door in her hand. Clunk. Half of the door instantly separated completely from the frame. Only a part remained tenuously attached, seemingly ready to fall at any moment. He Ying showed no expression of concern, as if she hadn't noticed anything. I'll leave now. If you have any issues, just come find me or senior brother. I live in the eastern Youxiang Pavilion, and senior brother lives in the northern Wuyo Pavilion. Just head in those directions to find us. Understood. Thank you, senior sister. Yu Hong quickly bowed with clasped fists. No need for politeness. He Ying turned and quickly walked into the darkness, vanishing soon after. Yu Hong was left standing alone in front of the gloomy pavilion, looking at the half-dangling metal black door. He sighed silently. Bang! Finally, the iron door completely tore off, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. He didn't concern himself with the door but instead surveyed his surroundings. It was all gloom, with only a distant hint of gray-white light, its source unknown. It seems senior sister wasn't just being modest when she said this place was in a state of disrepair. Yu Hong didn't enter immediately but first walked around the pavilion. In the back, he found a small plot whose purpose was unclear. On either side, he discovered 2 short little houses, perhaps once power supply rooms, but now their machinery had long stopped working, inside and out all covered in rust. At the front was the main entrance and the underground entry point. That underground entrance was the way they came. After wandering for a while, Yu Hong returned to the pavilion's entrance, sensing Black Spirit had quietly arrived at the empty ground behind the pavilion, allowing him to relax and step inside. He could go back to sleep in the Black Spirit's safe house, but with the hospitality offered here, he decided to give it a try. He entered the pavilion. The corridors were in ruin, gray-white walls scarred and peeling. The black floors he walked on occasionally bore holes, with dust accumulating everywhere. Yu Hong wandered around, using night language marks quickly to find a bedroom where he could rest. The bedroom surprisingly was clean, just the air was stuffy, as though the window hadn't been opened for a long time. Apart from the bed, there was a wardrobe and a dressing table. These pieces of furniture seemed to be electronic initially, with various buttons and indicator lights on the surface. But perhaps due to disrepair, the functions had long since failed. Pulling them open with some effort produced a sharp creaking noise. The bed was the simplest wooden one, square and plain, with a mosquito net hanging over, devoid of embellishments. White quilt, black bedspread. Poof! Yu Hong patted the pillow, frowning suddenly. There seemed to be something under the pillow. He lifted the pillow and discovered 2 dark green socks pressed underneath. With a burst of inner strength, he tossed the socks aside. But beneath the socks, a few dark red stains were revealed on the sheet. Yu Hong reached out to touch them. The stains were long, dry, and hard. This place. For the first time, his brow furrowed. If his initial encounters with Baishang and He Ying seemed normal, then once He Ying led him here to rest, no. Or rather, from the moment he joined them at Wanchua Palace flying on the ship, he'd begun to sense something amiss. Bai Sheng said, "Everything here is automated mining systems, yet I haven't seen any mining machinery operating until now. Of course, perhaps there simply aren't any functioning mining systems nearby. Considering the size of a planet, not seeing any so soon isn't unusual." Speculation popped up in his mind. But then, considering Yu Shuezi's terrifying cultivation, sealing his light well with a wave of her hand, staying here for a while might indeed be beneficial. After all, Agrias has already re-established the pact. The only major threat left is the pursuit from the ultimate sun. As for whatever's happening here, it's none of my concern. With this thought, Yu Hong felt at ease. He stood by the bed, pointing casually. All the dust on the bed scattered to the sides automatically. With another point, 5 white-skirted speedman figures appeared with lowered heads beside him. "Patrol the area. Alert me if anything suspicious arises," Yu Hong instructed. The speedman, their black hair covering their faces, nodded silently, then exited the bedroom to begin their surveillance. Yu Hong swiftly set up a small dust-free array for alert and protection inside the bedroom. This was a spell primarily learned from the Heavenly Master World, combined with spell magic arrays. A simple array personally designed by Yu Hong through self-taught comprehension. Its effect was to position an array centered on himself, able to connect and alert him through his chaotic god Heavenly Eye skill's inner power. The array required no materials, primarily relying on inner strength to set up. With the immortal attribute's longevity, it could last an entire day as long as it wasn't triggered. If triggered, it would last no more than an hour. Yu Hong could no longer use Tai Ling's skill. However, having the 8th layer of Tai Ling's skill sealed was beneficial, as without the seal, Tao breath circulation would automatically cultivate itself, accelerating progress. These arrangements done, he lay fully clothed on the bed, gradually closing his eyes to rest and meditate. Time slowly passed.
Top.
Suddenly, Yu Hong groggily awoke from meditation. He had heard some sounds. Sefef. He opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. "I actually fell asleep?" Yu Hong was surprised. He remembered clearly he was meditating, practicing chaotic god Heavenly Eye scripture, yet somehow he had drifted off to sleep. Outside, faint gray-white daylight was starting to seep in. It was almost dawn. Yu Hong lay back down, planning to adjust his state. He wanted to understand what was going on. But just as he lay down, his vision instantly focused. He saw on the ceiling above the bed, on that gray-white surface, unnoticed before, appeared some purplish-red pipes. These pipes formed a network, intertwining like branches, merging with the wall. Yu Hong got up again, pulling aside the mosquito net and using inner strength to extend his hand, gently touching these pipes on the ceiling. Hiss. Smooth to the touch, no protrusions at all. Yet what Yu Hong saw was clearly many of these purplish-red pipes. They looked a lot like blood vessels. Yu Hong frowned slightly, intending to use inner strength to lift himself closer to take a closer look. But the next second, with a flicker in his eyes, all the blood vessels on the ceiling vanished instantly, as if he had been hallucinating. Unconvinced, Yu Hong looked carefully again, but still saw no blood vessels. He removed his eye patch and let his hidden right eye unleash its sight. But even then, the ceiling was just a ceiling, no anomalies. Inhaling the faint red value radiation in the air, Yu Hong began to suspect whether it was the black disaster at play. After many attempts and spending more than 10 minutes, Yu Hong still found nothing, though he nearly tore apart the ceiling in his efforts. Unfortunately, the removed panels turned out to be mere ordinary metal powder mixed with a plaster-like material. By now, outside was broad daylight. After completing his checks fruitlessly, Yu Hong ceased his insistence, dispelled the array, and left the bedroom. But the next second, he realized something was amiss. Where were the speedmen? Where were the 5 Fear Shadow speedmen he had released? Standing in the corridor on the 2nd floor where his bedroom was, Yu Hong finally understood. This place had issues. He tried to sense the presence of speedmen, yet found not a single trace. The 5 speedmen were as if they had never existed, leaving no aura whatsoever. It might seem like a small matter, But Yu Hong knew full well those 5-speed men were essentially extensions of his inner strength. Even though the Tai Ling skill was sealed, the chaotic god Heavenly Eye skill remained, still possessing preliminary immortal attributes. Otherwise, this skill couldn't possibly suppress the 7th layer Tai Ling inner strength. And the Fear Shadow summoning inherently relied on a secret technique, blending spirituality and inner strength. Using his current ability with some modifications, he could replicate it using other inner strength, though its potency wouldn't match the summoning through his own Tai Ling skill. Chapter 512. But even so, the Fear Shadow I summoned should have given me some feedback upon disappearing. Yet, I didn't detect anything all night long. Yu Hong looked at the desolate ground around him. For a moment he fell into deep thought. It wasn't until daytime that the surroundings of the attic became clearer. This place was situated in a basin. Mountains surrounded it on all sides, their gray-white bodies resembling high walls that blocked most of the light. The only convenient entrance and exit was through the ground tunnel on the floor. Taking a deep breath, Yu Hong was unsure if his impulsive decision to become Yu Xuezi's disciple was the right one. This apprenticeship felt like a child's play. He didn't hesitate, and the other party was equally hasty. They quickly decided on the relationship upon just meeting, with little understanding of each other. Had it been before, Yu Hong would never have acted like this, but at that time Yu Xuezi's methods were astonishing. Plus, he was a bit speechless and at a loss under the pressure of the approaching ultimate sun, so he just followed along. But exactly what the other party's intentions were, he couldn't say. Regardless, as long as it helps me suppress the ultimate sun, nothing else matters. Surviving, that's the most important thing. Wandering around the attic and sweeping some dust, Yu Hong remained alert, setting up small dust-free arrays in various places. Staying in the place arranged by the other party was basic etiquette. But that didn't mean he completely trusted the arrangements. After setting up the array and establishing an embedded array to isolate red value radiation, Yu Hong finally sat down to rest. "Junior brother Yu Hu, are you awake? It's time to go to the master." Bai Sheng's voice came from outside the attic. Yu Hong quickly stood up, walked to the corridor, and looked downstairs through the window. At the edge of the ground tunnel entrance, Bai Sheng was standing there in white clothing, carrying a long sword, waving his hand upwards. He immediately went downstairs, and the two of them set off together, continuing along last night's path through the underground passage. They soon returned to Wanshua Palace. Unlike last time, this time they met Yu Xuezi in a quaint and quiet meditation Taoist palace. Yu Xuezi had changed clothes, wearing a green Taoist robe embroidered with silver carp and dragons, a crown of jade dragon scales on his head, holding a white horsetail whisk, sitting cross-legged on a cushion, meditating with closed eyes. He only slowly opened his eyes when Yu Hong and Bai Sheng were within 10 meters. "How is it? How did you rest last night?" Yu Xuezi's gaze on Yu Hong was like viewing some indescribable hope, his eyes straightforward and fervent. "It was fine, but something unusual happened when I woke up this morning." Yu Hong described in detail the situation he encountered. He was consistently candid, hiding nothing, because the thing he hated most was misunderstandings caused by concealment. "Is that so?" Yu Xuezi was taken aback, then nodded indifferently. "It's okay, the issue is minor. Ever since the Heavenly Venerates sealed the star disaster, small insignificant things like this occasionally appear. Don't worry, they disappear quickly on their own." Many predecessors were initially concerned too, but after careful research and investigation, they found it was just a simple illusion with no harm, so they stopped paying attention. "Really?" Yu Hong was astonished. "Indeed." Bai Sheng nodded with a smile. "Junior brother, there's no need to worry. You'll get used to it in the future and understand." Since both of them said it was fine, Yu Hong said no more. Afterward, Yu Xuezi had Yu Hong follow him in reciting a Taoist scripture called the Spirit Snow Scripture. Reciting gently or firmly 100 times, time reached noon. Bai Sheng led Yu Hong to have lunch together. The massive dining hall, size of a football field, had only 3 of them sitting down for a meal. Splat. Bai Sheng placed a plate of brownish-yellow mud-like mixture in front of Yu Hong. Sorry, because of our bodily structure, we eat different things than you. The energy meal supply machine also broke down long ago. We mixed some backup nutrient liquids with dry rations to make you a meal. Please make do with it for now. He apologized. Yu Hong looked at the plate of brownish-yellow mush with a pungent smell, chuckled dryly, and was about to decline. Suddenly, his gaze focused, seeing a bathtub-sized dark red eyeball on the wall behind Baishang and He Ying, which had appeared out of nowhere. The eyeball embedded in the wall turned left and right, seemingly scanning everything in the dining hall. Blood sluggishly oozed from beneath the eyeball, but it was indifferent, still wriggling, its surface reflecting a moist sheen. The seeping blood trickled down the wall, emitting a pungent stench. Look behind you! Yu Hong stood up abruptly, stepping back a few steps, urgently reminding. Baishang and He Ying were startled, turned to look back. Behind us? There's nothing there? What is it, junior brother Yu Hu? Baishang turned back, looking confused, questioned puzzledly. He Ying also glanced back and then mirrored his confused expression toward Yu Hong. Yu Hong looked at the enormous eyeball on the wall and then at their oblivious expressions. You all can't see it? The two exchanged glances, showing rather puzzled looks. See what? What's going on with you, junior brother? Yu Hong wanted to explain, pointing at the eyeball on the wall, but in the next instant, everything blurred before him, and the eyeball vanished at once. It was as if everything he had just seen was an illusion. Even the blood water dripping on the ground and the stench had entirely vanished without a trace. Are you all right? Baishang waved a hand in front of Yu Hong. Me fine. Yu Hong was now vaguely feeling something was wrong, but he didn't know if it was his issue or theirs. Those strange things, could they really be, as Yu Shuezi described, all normal phenomena? He explained to them the scene he saw, but they showed even more bewildered expressions. Honestly, we've lived here for hundreds of years, and have never encountered what you described, Baishang stated. It should be the regular minor issues Master mentioned. He Ying added. Seeing them unconcerned, Yu Hong could only let it go, secretly increasing his vigilance. After the meal, the afternoon continued with scripture recitations. Then in the evening returned to rest. The rhythm was unhurried, continuously repeating. Yu Shuezi didn't teach any cultivation technique, only persisted in making Yu Hong recite scriptures. This went on for more than 2 weeks. One morning, after finishing the scripture recitations, Yu Hong was about to get up and have lunch with Baishang. Wait, Yu Hu, stay here. Yu Shuezi spoke, eyes closed. Yes. During this period, Yu Hong focused on reciting scriptures, not thinking about any other matters, sleeping and rising early every day. Not only did he no longer see those previous visions, but his inner strength in the chaotic God Heavenly Eye scripture also naturally grew stronger. Seemingly, this tranquil cultivation was also greatly beneficial to him. Soon after, Baishang and He Ying saluted and left the Taoist palace. In the Taoist palace, the size of a football field, only Yu Shuezi and Yu Hong remained. Yu Hu, during this time, I've observed that your essence hasn't been tainted by the evil path and demon technique. Your mindset has been largely restored. Beneath the appearances, your inner nature is indeed upright and kind. Yu Shuezi's seated posture silently shifted around to face Yu Hong. Therefore, from now on, of the 2 cultivation techniques on you, the one involving the eyes can continue, but the other cannot be practiced simultaneously. Yu Shuezi stated, his expression becoming solemn. To be honest, I took you as my disciple for my own reasons. We should be clear with each other. You come from an unknown origin with an unknown identity. Although your aptitude is good, rationally, I shouldn't have rashly accepted you, but this is essentially an exchange. Exchange?
Yu Hong questionned.
Yes. Yu Shuezi nodded. The 3 of us as master and disciples shouldn't have come to this mining star, yet we've stayed here for over 100 years. If there are no other surprises, we may stay here for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, unnoticed and unknown, possibly eventually forgotten. He sighed. If I alone was so, that would be fine, but there are also Bai Shang and Heiying. They are still young. If they do not achieve the immortal realm, they might die of old age at 5,000, spending their entire lives on this lonely mining star. So, my arrival, could it change all that?
Yuhong spécula-t-elle.
Yes, there's hope. Yu Shuezi frankly nodded. Your aptitude surpasses them tenfold. Even starting from scratch, you have a great chance of breaking through to the immortal realm. According to Qinghe Mountain's rules, by grooming an immortal, I can re-earn a qualification to apply for an assignment spot. Leaving here would be easy. I see.
Yuhong relisait.
Then, may I ask, Master, how many years does it typically take to cultivate to the immortal realm? Though you have your own cultivation, you'll have to start from scratch. Therefore, the soonest would be around 300 years. Yu Shuezi replied. 300 years. Yu Hong had considered it for a long time but didn't expect it to be this long. Of course, reaching the golden core stage will allow you to step into imperfection-free status. By then, with my assistance, severing the connection with the ultimate sun would be a simple matter, so no worries. Yu Shuezi smiled. Yu Hong wasn't worried about that, but rather if, in 300 years, Yi Kuchan, Quan He, and the others would still be around. Moreover, could the source disaster really wait for him for 300 years? From Agrias's tone, it seemed unlikely. Before practicing, I need to clarify things with you to avoid any lingering doubts that prevent a mind clear as a mirror. Yu Shuezi said. Additionally, the Qinghe Mountain cultivation technique is not to be spread externally. If someone with exceptional aptitude emerges, you may apply to establish a separate sect and take them under your wing. These were standard school rules which Yu Hong quickly agreed to. Next, I will teach you the most orthodox foundation establishment technique of Qinghe Mountain, the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. Yu Shuezi gently took out a scripture from his large sleeve, handing it over to Yu Hong. Take it, study it carefully, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. At this moment, when the other party just pulled out the scripture, Yu Hong was entirely stunned. Because that scripture was covered in dark red, foul-smelling flesh. The thin white bones formed the edges and corners of the book, and mold-spotted, blood-stained rotten flesh constituted the cover. Yet Yu Shuezi acted as if he saw nothing, still smiling as he held the scripture, handing it over. Just looking at the scripture, Yu Hong felt a bizarre sense of dizziness continuously crashing into his mind. An indescribable and powerful strange spiritual power spread from the scripture, like an awl, desperately trying to penetrate into his brain. This place had issues. At this moment, he was 100% sure of this. Chapter 513. Inside the loft, Yu Hong looked at the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique he had brought back. The booklet hadn't changed at all and was still in the eerie state he saw at first glance. He pinched the booklet and gently opened the first page. The universe and everything within it have life and death, beginnings and ends. If the source represents the absolute end, then we, as beings, represent the crystal of life. If star disaster is infinite, is life also infinite? This passage was written prominently at the beginning, and Yu Hong immediately understood the core of this cultivation technique. If source disaster is infinite, is this method trying to expand vitality to infinity as well? He continued to turn the pages. If vitality can also become infinite, flowing into a river, it forms a heavenly river, pure and untainted, gathering myriad spirits. Below was a general outline for basic entry-level practice. This technique is the way to ascend into an immortal realm, from Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divinity transformation, returning to void, Mahayana, ascension to the immortal realm. From immortal to the immortal realm, one needs to go through 9 major stages with a total of 31 minor stages. It is as difficult as climbing to the heavens, as the saying goes. Cultivators require immense resources, time, and effort. They must endure 22 heavenly tribulations, transforming from the mundane. Here is recorded the Qi cultivation 9th layer cultivation technique, the 9-layered inner viewing map, and the various required resources and elixirs. For leaving the booklet, the next part was about the essentials of the first layer of qi cultivation. Everything in the world, all living things contain vitality. Vitality means growth, resilience, and readiness to act, turning nothing into something. In the initial stage of the first layer, one must gather life into oneself. Following that was a discussion about daily life, on what things possess vitality and can be used as resources for qi cultivation, and which cannot. Vitality is divided into 3 categories: heavenly, earthly, and human. Heavenly vitality is the moment of vitality that arises when chaos intersects and everything is infused with spirit, making it the hardest to gather. Earthly vitality is the instant vitality that springs forth on Earth, mostly found in natural plants and microorganisms, making it moderately difficult to gather. Human vitality is the easiest to gather. Anything living and active with flesh and spirit, humans and animals alike, fall into this category. But this vitality is of the lowest quality, filled with impurities. One chooses which type of vitality to gather based on perception, aptitude, and accordingly follows one of 3 routes: gathering the essence of the heavens, gathering the essence of the earth, or gathering the essence of humans. Turning to the back, there were methods of cultivating insight for each of the 3 routes. After gathering external essence, one must form an external heavenly river around the body, channeling the gathered essence into it. Then, refining and purifying it day and night with concentrated spirit before absorbing it into oneself to cultivate one's vitality. As Yu Hong read along, he felt a sense of familiarity, especially with the essence of humans at the end. Wait!
Sudanli, Yuong froze.
Isn't this the secret technique Wuji Heavenly River Technique of the Wuji Palace? Wuji Palace, also known as the Infinite Demon Palace, had disciples skilled in a special secret technique called Wuji Heavenly River Technique. It could gather into an invisible spiritual energy heavenly river around oneself, absorbing the opponents one defeated, nurturing and restoring them to summon for personal combat when needed. This was an extremely formidable secret technique. Theoretically, one could sustain battle with battle, continuously strengthening themselves as long as their inner strength kept up with the nurturing. Yu Hong carefully retrieved the method of Wuji Heavenly River Technique from his memory for comparison. He found them quite similar. I wonder who copied whom. But the Wuji Heavenly River Technique is only for combat with no self-enhancement effect, while this Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao Technique seems to be the fundamental method, able to absorb external vitality to enhance oneself. From the effect, it's far superior. He quickly flipped through the whole booklet and found that all 9 layers of the qi cultivation technique were there, though enveloped in rotting flesh and blood molds, looking quite horrifying. But the techniques were proper righteous techniques. Rip. He tore away the flesh and bone envelope from the cultivation booklet, extracting the clean booklet inside. He then conjured a stream of clear water, rinsing the whole booklet multiple times before washing his hands, only then tucked it relievedly into his coat pocket. Looking around, Yu Hong unwittingly recalled the strange scenes he had previously seen here, along with the mysterious disappearance of 5 speed men. They were not the lowest-level black disaster, yet they completely vanished without a trace. It made him realize that this place was far from harmless as it appeared on the surface. After a moment's thought, Yu Hong got up, opened the window, and leaped directly from the 2nd floor. He circled half the loft and returned to the hiding place in the black spirit behind the open ground. Bam! The moment the heavy safety door was closed, Yu Hong suddenly felt a lightness as if something was severed at the instant the door shut. He stood at the door, gazing back at the loft through the observation window, lost in thought. Forget it. Don't overthink it. The truth will reveal itself over time. The urgent task is to begin cultivating the technique immediately. However, before cultivation, Yu Hong stretched out his hand, took out the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao Technique, placed it on the table, and laid it flat. Then he pointed his finger at its surface. Enhance the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao Technique. Direction. Eliminate hidden dangers. He had been holding onto the black mark, not enhancing anything for this moment. After all, whether it was the cheap master, the surrounding environment, or senior brothers and sisters, everything around him radiated a sense of wrongness. If he dared to practice anything recklessly obtained, he might end up not knowing how he died in the end. Black threads swiftly emerged from the imprint on his hand, flowing into the booklet. But in the next second, the feedback from the black mark made Yu Hong slightly startled. Unable to enhance. No hidden dangers detected. Really? Yu Hong retracted his hand, placed it back on, and tried again. Yet the feedback from the black mark was the same as before. Unable to enhance due to the absence of hidden dangers. Thus, Yu Hong tried using other terms to broaden the scope, such as aftereffects, side effects, toxicity, pollution, etc. But none worked. The response from the black mark remained consistent. None unable to enhance. After fussing around for more than 10 minutes, Yu Hong finally accepted that there was nothing wrong with this technique. Interesting. The booklet looked so severely polluted, yet the technique recorded within turned out to have no issues. If the technique has no problems, what does? Could these rotting flesh and blood molds I've seen all be normal phenomena? Yu Hong was puzzled. But since the black mark confirmed it as safe, he chose to believe it. After all, he had relied on the black mark to reach this point. Immediately, he opened the first layer of the technique and attempted to sit cross-legged and sense heavenly vitality. Unfortunately, he did not sense heavenly vitality. Only a heap of chaotic vacuum energy particles appeared instead. But these were not what he needed now. After trying repeatedly more than 10 times with no clue, Yu Hong had no choice but to opt for the earthly vitality route. This was unlike the mysterious and elusive heavenly vitality and required searching for microorganisms or budding plants. Yu Hong opted for microorganisms, specifically bacteria, fungi, and viruses. For an ordinary person, this path might be extremely challenging. But for him now, with his terrifying eyesight strengthened many times, he could easily see various microorganisms floating around in the air. He watched them in the air, on the ground, on furniture, on clothes, and even on himself, aging, dying, propagating, and growing generation after generation. At the very moment when a new bacterium shattered or was born, Yu Hong adjusted himself according to the inner observation diagram with mnemonic to capture it. He persevered for more than 10 hours. Finally, he faintly sensed an extremely subtle special breath. The breath had no warmth or cold, only giving him a feeling of lightness and ethereality, as if it was both present and absent. It resembled strands of mist, drifting from the breeding microorganisms and evaporating instantly. He didn't know where they disappeared, and this breath was extremely difficult to capture. Yu Hong tried several times without being able to use the small methods of the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique to collect it. Gradually, his state of mind began to grow irritable and impatient. He didn't know how much time had passed. Thud, thud, thud. A sudden knocking at the door startled him from his meditation. Yu Hong opened his eyes, seeing a blurry figure of a person in white clothes pressed against the outside glass. The person had pressed their face tightly against the glass, squeezing hard with a weird smile, their facial features distorted out of shape. Thud, thud, thud. The figure reached out and tapped the glass window. It turned out that the knocking didn't come from the door but the window. A black disaster? Courting death. Yu Hong frowned slightly, his mind stirred. A Kai Jing Taoist fear shadow suddenly formed in the air outside the room. The Kai Jing Taoist flashed and pointed at the figure. Swoosh! Void one finger was unleashed. The figure instantly vanished with a hiss. Though the figure vanished, Yu Hong's brows knitted even deeper. Just now, void one finger missed. He focused on the spot where the figure disappeared. There was a faint black handprint on the glass, indicating that what he saw wasn't an illusion. This place is peculiar. With a thought, he decisively used his inner strength to pull up the window shutter, shielding his sight completely. The immediate priority is to quickly cultivate a golden core to completely rid himself of the ultimate sun trouble. The temporary seal of Yu Shuezi, the cheap master, needed refreshing every few months. Even if there is a problem here, able to suppress the trouble of the ultimate sun requires Yu Shuezi, leaving Yu Hong no choice but to endure and stay. He understood the principle of focusing on major issues while letting go of minor ones. He closed his eyes, meditated, and continued sensing earthly vitality. This time, he concentrated his attention on the table. There was an uneaten plate of vegetable dumplings with meat filling that Yi had previously prepared and frozen. As soon as he focused, he saw the rapid growth of tiny microorganisms on the dumpling's white surface. These microorganisms were vast. In Yu Hong's perception, they were like fine dust, occupying every side of the dumplings. Feeling that his mere perception was insufficient, Yu Hong straightforwardly removed his blindfold to observe with his eyes. His terrifying eyesight became significantly useful at this moment. His eyes faintly shone with a white glow, and the chaotic god Heavenly Eye's phantom outline of a 10,000-eyed white tiger swiftly manifested, enveloping him. Yu Hong clearly saw the gray microbial colonies of varying depths on the dumpling surface in the dish slowly changing over time. Chapter 514. Every moment old colonies of microorganisms die, and new ones are born. With each new birth, wisps of gray smoke, extremely subtle, waft out and quickly disperse a few centimeters above the dumplings. If not for his intense focus, Yu Hong wouldn't be able to see this swiftly dispersing, delicate smoke. Moreover, the minuteness of this smoke is exaggerated to the extent that it can't be seen by the naked eye, unless one uses a high-power electron microscope combined with potent spiritual power to detect it carefully. Only then might one barely perceive traces of it. From appearance to disappearance, it only exists for 2 seconds. Indeed, collecting Earth's vitality is exceedingly challenging, Yu Hong mused. The 3 paths of heaven, earth, and human categorized by difficulty, and the future developments and gains are vastly different. He originally thought that with his current traits and body, which had been refined to a decent degree, he should be able to take the top-tier heavenly vitality route, but it seems he's still somewhat lacking. But regardless, practice is necessary. Carefully sensing those threads of vitality rising, Yu Hong operated the inner observation diagram and the collection technique. Immediately, the smoke of Earth's vitality wafting from the dumplings slowly drifted, gathered into a beam, and then leisurely floated towards him. Whoosh! The smoke instantly merged into the void outside Yu Hong's body, completely vanishing. Still, Yu Hong could sense that strand of Earth's vitality orbiting around him like a satellite, continuously rotating. Success. The first thread of Earth's vitality collected. He exhaled with relief and proceeded with the second collection. It's a task requiring time and patience, continuously collecting Earth's vitality from the outside world, accumulating and expanding it, forming a heavenly river to orbit around, then refining and purifying it to absorb it into the body, thereby achieving his cultivation. This is the fundamental principle of the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. Yu Hong sat in meditation. Initially his collection technique was slow, sometimes even failing to collect, but as time passed, his technique became more proficient. The result was that the tiny colonies of microorganisms, fungi, and viruses around him suffered dramatically. Inexplicably, their newly formed groups naturally perished. Without the ability to regenerate, the old colonies soon died off, and the entire safe house began slowly transforming into a completely sterile safe environment. But the vitality from these colonies was far from enough to satisfy Yu Hong. He thought for a while, did not open the door to leave, but instead, with a slight movement of his mind, another heavenly river appeared outside his body. This was the infinite river technique fused with the Tai Ling skill. Within it were hidden an Agrius divine split, moon god remnant spearman, and for later replacement during downtime, a golden armor 3-eyed dragon head general added. This was also the source of the large collection of eyeballs in his room. Thinking for a moment, Yu Hong's gaze shifted to the moon god remnant spearman. Soon, with a flash of red light, a red muscle tumor man with 2 legs shot out from the Tianhe, appearing in the empty space in front of Yu Hong. As the spear points, the imperial spearman remained spirited, shouting as he landed. Yu Hong scrutinized the other, and trusting this guy to protect Yi for her safety had served its purpose. If using living creatures, it's part of the human vitality route, but it's worth a try. The 3 paths aren't fixed. Whichever suits best should be used. However, the difficulty of refining impurities from the collected vitality varies by path. Immediately, Yu Hong turned to the page on human vitality collection, studying it for a while. Then, pointing remotely at the Imperial Spearman. Suddenly, a thick wisp of gray smoke sprang from the top of the opponent's head, rapidly flowing into Yu Hong's side. The next moment, a second heavenly river began to materialize beside Yu Hong, encircling him. This was a gray and extremely slender heavenly river, maintained not by inner strength but purely by externally collected vitality. The vitality of the Imperial Spearman was far from exhausted, continuously emitting rich gray smoke, incessantly feeding into Yu Hong's second Qingyuan heavenly river, making the river thicker and broader. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the Qingyuan heavenly river around Yu Hong was as thick as a palm, resembling a gray ribbon, encircling and whirling around him. Meanwhile, the Imperial Spearman appeared utterly listless. His entire dark red muscular body slackened and feeble, with a weary, depleted face emerging from within the enveloping muscles. "Are you all right?" Yu Hong couldn't help but ask. As the spear points, the Imperial Spearman mustered his muscles weakly to reply. Seeing this, Yu Hong said no more, simply intending for him to transform into a red line to return to the Infinite River for recovery. Upon retracting, he noticed a problem. The Infinite River relies on the Tai Ling skill Inner Strength for maintenance, which is different from the Fear Shadow Summoning secret technique. The river can't entirely switch over to rely on the Chaotic God Sky Eye skill's Inner Strength. Fundamentally, they are different, and forced usage won't produce the effects of the Infinite River technique. Yu Hong felt the rapidly absorbing Infinite River at this moment, watching the river shrink swiftly, quickly restoring the Imperial Spearman. He remained silent for a moment, deeming this not a long-term solution. "It seems I still need to venture out to seek vitality for absorption in the short term." Click. Suddenly, a light sound resonated. The Qingyuan heavenly river beside Yu Hong emitted a clear ring, signifying it could no longer contain more vitality. Yu Hong promptly sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state, beginning to employ the subsequent refining method, consuming spiritual power, to purify and refine the vitality within the heavenly river. Cultivation is timeless. With this practice, he almost forgot the passage of time. The daylight outside changed to night, then from night back to day. After a full day and night, Yu Hong finally awoke from the refining process. By then, the Qingyuan heavenly river had had its impurities refined, leaving only a circle as thin as a finger. This refining wasn't complete. It needed to be repeated 8 more times. A total of 9 refinements and purifications were necessary before it could be absorbed into the body. When enough vitality is absorbed into the body, to the point of showing signs of renewed growth and development, it's a sign that the first level of qi refinement has been achieved. During the subsequent time, after acquiring the cultivation technique, apart from visiting Wanchua Palace every few days to pay respects to his mentor, the rest of the time, he devoted himself to intense cultivation. The difficulty of refining increased with each round, but fortunately, his spiritual power was vast and formidable. In just 5 short days, he completed the first level of qi refinement. His body began to show signs of a second growth. Moving swiftly onto the second layer, he also succeeded by absorbing the vitality of the summonings within the Infinite River. However, by the third layer, the Infinite River had severely diminished, with the 3 summons inside one by one becoming feeble. Further absorption would lead to their complete downfall. Yu Hong also realized he was progressing too quickly, covering in days what others would in years. Yet he truly couldn't wait any longer. So he turned his doubts to his mentor Yu Shuezi. "Earth's vitality. It is indeed quite easy to refine, and your aptitude is indeed remarkable." Yu Shuezi couldn't help but twitch slightly upon hearing that Yu Hong could actually sense Earth's vitality. Behind him, Bai Shang and He Ying couldn't help but look down, remaining silent. Disciple is now troubled by finding places rich in Earth's vitality, hoping to absorb more. Yu Hong said helplessly. The Infinite River was nearly barren, and the microorganisms around him were too weak to absorb enough to fill a Qingyuan heavenly river anytime soon. Yu Hong estimated that if he relied on absorbing microbial vitality to reach the next layer, at his current rate, it would take at least 3 to 4 years, not to mention. That's why he sought his mentor's assistance. In truth, for Earth's vitality, you can choose places rich in vitality, capable of nurturing numerous forms of life. It's easier to absorb more there. However, it's challenging, and the amount extracted is far from sufficient to complete qi cultivation. Therefore, I also combined absorption in the past. Later, you can ask your senior brother to guide you to appropriate locations, Yu Shuezi advised. I understand, mentor.
Yu Hong nodded.
You naturally bring cultivation with you? Previously accumulated inner strength can help you make rapid progress initially, but after reaching the qi refinement realm, previous accumulation is not just unhelpful. It can actually affect the consolidation of your foundation. Be cautious, Yu Shuezi warned. I understand, said Yu Hong clearly, though this pace still made anxiety rise in his heart. He had already started using the black mark to aid in cultivation. Meanwhile, another avenue of thought presented itself for reference. He was on the verge of reaching the final 9th layer of the Chaotic God Heavenly Eye skill, and once reached, it would yield a noteworthy cultivation technique trait. From this line of thought, perhaps practicing a wide range of ordinary cultivation techniques could incorporate traits into himself, and if he could acquire another trait similar to Tao breath circulation, his cultivation speed could advance another notch. Then may I ask, Master, does the sect have a recorded collection of ordinary cultivation secret techniques? I wish to practice while reading through other techniques for reference, Yu Hong asked respectfully. Of course. Heiying, please escort your junior brother to the book collection pavilion later, instructed Yu Shuezi. Certainly, Heiying nodded respectfully from behind. In that case, disciple will take his leave for now, Yu Hong said spiritedly. Go ahead. Yu Shuezi watched as Yu Hong was led away by Heiying. Once they were distant, he sighed softly. Why the sigh, master? Isn't it a good thing that junior brother is so exceptionally gifted? Bai Sheng asked in puzzlement from behind. We can only sense human vitality, our aptitude graded within human vitality, and it typically takes at least 7 or 8 days to achieve one session of cultivation refinement. Yet, junior brother effortlessly handles human vitality and even manages to successfully absorb the mythical Earth's vitality in just a few days. Is this not joyous news, master? Listening to Bai Sheng, Yu Shuezi shook his head. Certainly not, but the overwhelming joy in my heart is too much to handle. However, it's just the qi refinement stage, too early, no need to rush. Yet, in the mining star, finding vitality is indeed tricky. Master, can I take junior brother to find the life well? Bai Sheng asked.
No hasti disicens.
If you who encounters a bottleneck, then take him afterwards. Yu Shuezi nodded. Meanwhile, guided by Heiying, Yu Hong quickly arrived at an internal pavilion within Wanshua Palace. The pavilion, crafted from jade, stood amidst a deserted garden in the palace, with a plaque reading, Book Collection Pavilion. This is the place. Take your time to explore. I must leave now. The day's cultivation tasks are yet to be completed, and I cannot be lax, Heiying said earnestly. Thank you, senior sister, Yu Hong replied promptly. He watched as she swiftly departed, vanishing from sight. Then he turned to focus on the book collection pavilion. Whether I can shorten cultivation time depends on this visit. He strode towards the front door. Chapter 515. Another part of Wanshua Palace. Yu Shuezi walked slowly, passing through some desolate corridors. Unknowingly, he arrived in front of a pavilion with 2 statues of dragon turtles. Above the pavilion, a plaque bore 3 characters, Longevity Hall. Standing alone, Yu Shuezi looked up at the plaque. Seeing you whose progress, once he completes qi cultivation, I can bestow upon him a Taoist name. I must prepare the formal apprenticeship gift first. He stepped inside. And Bai Sheng and Heiying's cultivation elixirs are almost used up. Time to get new ones, and also bring a set for you who. Mumbling to himself, he ascended the stone steps, crossed between the 2 dragon turtle statues, and entered the pavilion. The grand doors of the pavilion were long ruined, fallen to the ground, with the interior walls everywhere covered in thick, writhing red flesh. The entire great hall was like a warehouse, with black containers marked with names scattered everywhere. Yushuezi, unfazed by the fleshy walls, navigated skillfully through the piles of boxes to reach the core area. At the core of the hall, numerous dark red tendrils extended from the walls, wrapping layer upon layer around the racks filled with elixirs on the ground. There were a total of 12 racks, each filled with various bottles of elixirs. Amidst these racks, a withered figure floated silently in mid-air. The figure was garbed in a pale yellow Taoist robe, the robe in tatters, exuding an aura of decay and senescence. His hair was completely white, the brittle strands devoid of any luster, hanging down to obscure his face. Though this figure was so conspicuously floating in the middle of the racks, Yushuezi seemed not to see him as he passed by, muttering, searching for suitable elixirs for his disciples. Found them. Nourishing pills. 1 bottle for Baishang, 1 for Heiying, and since you who has good aptitude, 2 bottles. Not long after, Yushuezi approached a rack and, looking satisfied, picked up a palm-sized white jade porcelain bottle. He unstoppered it and poured it slightly, revealing a gray worm egg that seemed to quiver as if alive. He sniffed it. How peculiar! The scent of these elixirs seems odd this time, but without much thought, he quickly collected 4 bottles and prepared to leave. Unnoticed, the rack where these porcelain bottles sat had been largely overtaken by dark red flesh. Elixirs in hand, Yushuezi turned to leave. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly. Why do I remember the scent of the nourishing pill differently? He frowned, turning back, scrutinizing the rack. Slowly, part of the flesh on the rack bulged, as if alive, lifting the contaminated bottles to him. Yushuezi reached out to take them, but a trace of pain and struggle suddenly flickered across his face. I hope I must not. The nourishing pill isn't like this. His eyes bloodshot. Thin red lines seeped from the corners, trailing down his cheeks, dripping to the ground. Immediately, the flesh on the racks began to writhe as if detecting a delectable delicacy, extending tendrils to absorb his dripping blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yushuezi returned the 4 bottles he had previously taken and hesitated a moment before reaching for a few bottles untouched by the flesh. Holding the porcelain bottles, he turned to leave. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fleshy tendril shot forth from the withered figure in mid-air, aggressively targeting the untainted bottles in his hand. But Yushuezi seemed aware, raising his right hand to deftly block the tendril's assault. The blocked tendril entwined his arm, turning and merging into his skin, vanishing. Unperturbed, Yushuezi carried the bottles and slowly walked away. His actions seemed to provoke the withered, white-haired figure in mid-air. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more large tendrils shot out, fiercely striking at the porcelain bottles in Yushuezi's hand, only for him to swiftly shift, using his body to shield them. The tendrils struck Yushuezi's body. Bang! Yushuezi's body was pierced through, decaying, foul-smelling blood gushing from the 2 bloody holes in his abdomen. Tendrils delved into the wounds. Soon, tendrils extracted from the wounds 2 organ-like objects before retreating. Yet Yushuezi remained oblivious, merely swaying slightly as he left, content with his 4 bottles. The blood holes on his body quickly healed over time, but his skin appeared even paler than before. Inside the longevity hall, the floating withered figure remained silent, unmoving like a corpse. Yet one hand, at some unknown time, tightly gripped a thick black-red tendril protruding from his chest. His skeletal hand held the tendril firmly, preventing it from taking flight again. Yu Shui, Junior Marshall Brother. Live on. The whisper-thin voice of the figure fell silent, gradually vanishing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Book Collection Pavilion. Yu Hong looked at rows upon rows of towering bookshelves, densely packed, and couldn't help but gasp. Each of these bookshelves was over 20 meters long, laden with countless books. The books were uniformly wrapped in pale yellow binders, with neat black titles written along the edges. The sizes varied greatly, some thick, some thin, some large, some small. At a glance, there might well be tens of thousands, forming this so overwhelming a sight. Yu Hong took a deep breath and eagerly stepped forward. But, cough, cough, cough. He started coughing violently. The deep breath resulted in inhaling a great deal of dust. The air within the pavilion was thick with inexplicably odorous white dust. What the hell? Yu Hong expelled his inner strength, creating a strong airflow that swept all the dust out from the doorway. Countless white dust particles gathered into a constantly morphing gray ball, encased in the airflow, skimmed past Yu Hong, and splashed into the black soil in the garden with a thud. Having done this, Yu Hong surveyed the scene, then waved his hand again, expelling inner strength, stirring the air. Boom, 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 boom. All the windows flung open. Light from outside streamed in, bringing fresher air. Yu Hong nodded in satisfaction and started examining the bookshelf labels. History, astronomy, geography, essays, medicine, arts, secret techniques, mortal martial, true martial, immortal martial. One after another, the labeled bookshelves flashed before Yu Hong's eyes. Finally, he paused before the last 4 bookshelves. Secret techniques, mortal martial, true martial, immortal martial. Starting with the secret techniques. He reached out and pulled out a booklet titled Heavenly Number Secret Technique from a pile. He flipped through it. Heavenly Number Secret Technique. A special skill born from our sex ancestors, inspired by machine civilization, to swiftly calculate an opponent's weakness during combat through the esoteric theories contained within numbers. Resources needed for cultivation: Yellow Phoenix Pill, Golden Energy Pill, 7 Skill Pills, unlimited quantity. Cultivation time: 137 years to 189 years. So long. Yu Hong frowned, putting it back, and picked out another book. Earth Tunneling Secret Technique. Unlike ordinary earth tunneling techniques, this one far surpasses ordinary ones in speed and technique initiation. Contributed to the collection by Chang Yuanzi at the age of 721 from Qinghe Mountain. Resources needed for cultivation: 10 pairs of heavenly horse hoofs, unlimited black pine pill. Cultivation time: 98 to 211 years. Yu Hong felt exasperated, leafing through several more secret techniques, the shortest requiring at least 80 years. Though the abilities of the secret techniques looked very enticing, yet, to gain traits, it seemed only those with lower difficulty would be suitable for him. Yu Hong skimmed through the true martial shelf and saw similar timescales, often ranging from hundreds to thousands of years. The immortal martial shelf was even more exaggerated. Flipping through dozens, the cultivation required thousands to tens of thousands of years, with one stretching to 560,000 years to achieve minor progress. When would he ever gain any traits? Yu Hong decisively returned to the most plain, ordinary mortal martial shelf. You still suit me best, he sighed. He no longer doubted the level of Qinghe Mountain. Just looking at these cultivation manuals showed this power's unimaginable level. Without making hasty choices, Yu Hong began checking books one by one from the bottom of the mortal martial shelves. Within the mortal martial shelves, there were further subdivisions into movement, offensive, defensive, inner strength, external power, weapons, etc. He started with the defensive category first. The first book at the bottom shelf was Shoshan 8 Skills. Yu Hong opened the book, skimmed directly to the cultivation time. 8 years, not bad. He breathed a sigh of relief, accepting this time, especially with the help of the black mark to shorten it. Continuing to read. Shoshan 8 Skills distill the lifetime martial expertise of Shoshan Taoist into 8 defensive techniques and 8 martial strikes. When deployed, the skin's strength and flexibility are enhanced 8-fold, enduring attacks from experts 2 realms higher in practical combat. Without equivalent peer-level arts, ordinary techniques cannot draw near effective range. Yu Hong reviewed the technique, which in essence were 8 different moving stances, combined with meditative baths, internal ingestion, and mental visualization for simultaneous practice. He wasn't especially interested in the effect of the cultivation technique, focusing instead on what kind of traits could be cultivated. For at his current inner strength level under the chaotic god Heavenly Eye skill, such cultivation techniques had long lost practical value. Not being picky, he collected the booklet and promptly left the book collection pavilion. He soon returned to the Black Spirit. Yu Hong began gathering all the resources needed for cultivation, seeking out Yushuezi, Baishang, and Heiying for what was lacking. Within 2 days, all medicinal materials were gathered. While the mining star was largely desolate, it still harbored some regions abundant with forests, herbs, and whatnot. Baishang simply took a spaceship trip, acquiring whatever was needed. With the medicinal bath ingredients prepared, he then used the black mark to enhance, boosting efficacy and reducing cultivation time. Yu Hong's daily life gradually found a rhythm, primarily focusing on practicing the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique, and after completing fundamental tasks, dedicating his energy entirely to cultivating the Shoshan 8 skills. Meanwhile, the chaotic god Heavenly Eye skill was temporarily let to evolve naturally through Tao breath circulation. Thus, after a full week, bang, 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 on the clearing outside the Black Spirit, Yu Hong spun and maneuvered, swinging his fists with marvelous arcs, striking a stone wall, but resulting in triple echoes. Completing the move, he gathered energy, regulating his breath. At last, the final technique of the Shoshan 8 skills is complete. With all 8 moving stances mastered at an elementary level, the next step is perfecting, mastering, achieving small completion through medicinal baths, culminating in major completion with the accretion of time, essence qi, and medicinal power.
Yu Hong exhaled.
Elementary, proficient, mastery, small completion, major completion. These epitomize the levels of this martial prowess. Indeed, a very simple and conventional classification method. Having honed the techniques, it's time for the medicinal bath. He promptly poured the prepared herb powders into a large tub, then gestured to draw cold water from the Black Spirit's cooling system, allowing ample warm water to flow in. Chapter 516. A few minutes later, the large wooden tub was filled with hot water. The pale yellow medicinal liquid bubbled, exuding a rich herbal aroma. Yu Hong took off his clothes and lightly jumped in. The medicinal powder had been enhanced by the black mark, shortening the cultivation time and strengthening the medicinal effects. A dose like this would usually take 3 days to enhance, which was quite rare. As soon as Yu Hong entered the water, he felt the difference. A fiery, prickling sensation surged from all parts of his body continuously. He had tried a normal herbal bath before, but that had no effect on his body, now at this level of intensity. But this herbal bath was far more potent. After half an hour, Yu Hong leaped out of the potion, and clear water gathered around his body to rinse him off. Then he put on his clothes and immediately began practicing the Shoshan 8 skills. His fists moved like lightning, tracing different trajectory styles in front of him with his fists. Each pattern was a fist move of a technique. Accompanied by the effects of the medicine, Yu Hong focused entirely, pouring all his energy into cultivation. The Shoshan 8 skills were practiced repeatedly. Time passed 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. The sky gradually darkened. Finally, at this moment, Yu Hong's fists gradually began to shimmer with a silver light. Noticing the change, he quickly stopped and raised his hands. So fast. Yu Hong himself was a bit surprised. Keep in mind that any mortal martial art recorded by someone of Yushuezi's level wouldn't be of low quality. So these Shoshan 8 skills had considerable power. But for Yu Hong, whose body was already extremely strong, coupled with the constant practice of the Tao breath circulation, and the crucial effects of the black mark-enhanced herbal bath, he had crossed the entry level to proficiency in just a week. And that's not all. The next day, after another herbal bath and training, the Shoshan 8 skills reached the mastery level. His fists started to show a light golden color. On the 3rd day, after the herbal bath and fist practice, he easily surpassed mastery, and his fists completely turned gold, achieving small success. By the 5th day, Yu Hong had just finished his final round of the 8 skills in the morning and was about to take a break and drink some water. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in his mind. Shoshan 8 skills have reached the peak, gaining the trait Steel Fist. Steel Fist. Your fists gain triple physical defensive power when in a defensive stance. Got a trait, but Steel Fist. Yu Hong paused, furrowing his brow slightly. This trait wasn't what he needed, though its effects weren't bad. The limitations were many, but the increase was significant. A threefold effect is quite impressive in practice. Shaking his head, Yu Hong set off immediately, heading to the book collection pavilion, coming back to the mortal martial shelf. He put the Shoshan 8 skills back in place and took out the second book next to it. Heavenly Thunder Palm. Another hand skill? Yu Hong continued to browse the following volumes and found they were all fist and hand techniques. He put back the volumes, contemplated for a moment, and switched to another spot to pick a book. I need a trait that can accelerate the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. Such traits might be associated with body refining skills. But on second thought, the Tao Breath Circulation trait was obtained after perfecting Thunderbolt Leg. Getting these traits doesn't really depend on whether the cultivation technique itself is a body or a hand or leg technique. Thinking for a bit, Yu Hong returned to the Shoshan 8 skills shelf, took out the second book Heavenly Thunder Palm, and turned to leave the book collection pavilion. The thunder theme, maybe it will bring some luck. Then he went to find senior brother Bai Shang to get herbs. Bai Shang was practicing a set of soft punches in front of his attic, impressively moves in a methodical manner. Not as slow as Tai Chi boxing, the speed of this boxing wasn't slow, but it gave Yu Hong a very soft feeling. Seeing Yu Hong coming over, Bai Shang continued practicing for another 10 minutes before finishing and stopping. Junior brother so early today? He greeted with a smile. I guess you're here for herbs, right? No rush, no rush. By the way, you and I as brothers have never sparred before. Do you want to try this time? Bai Shang wiped the sweat from his forehead and beckoned to Yu Hong. This isn't good. Senior brother, your cultivation is definitely far superior to mine. I can't win, surely can't win. Yu Hong said helplessly. Not necessarily. I heard from Master that the cultivation you practice is equivalent to the Golden Core stage perfection. Quite powerful. Except for its evil path style that it's best to use less often, there's not much of an issue. Bai Shang smiled. So don't worry. There are only the 4 of us on this planet. Nothing to worry about. What stage is senior brother currently in? Yu Hong asked curiously. Still in the nascent soul, other details are not convenient to disclose. Little tiger, remember in the future not to casually ask others about their cultivation stage. The cultivation stage is a cultivator's most personal matter. Moreover, cultivation rank doesn't determine combat strength. Cultivators of the same stage can differ greatly in actual combat skills. A strong individual might handle a group of the same level easily. Then, is it possible to win over someone from a much higher stage? Yu Hong recalled the stories he'd read before, where the protagonist would effortlessly win over a higher stage. So he asked now, Qi cultivation against Foundation establishment, there's some possibility, because aside from flying, Foundation establishment hasn't widened the strength gap much yet. But Foundation against Golden Core, the gap is large. Golden Core stage comes with various magic treasures for protection. Even standing still for Foundation attacks won't break through them. Golden Core against Nascent Soul, if it's a very strong Golden Core perfection against a very weak Nascent Soul, it's possible to win. Bai Shang analyzed. The biggest difference between Golden Core and Nascent Soul lies in the spiritual consciousness and mana quality. Golden Core has no spiritual consciousness, whereas Nascent Soul has and can handle vast amounts of information. There is a huge intelligence advantage. At the same time, in terms of mana, Golden Core is far inferior to Nascent Soul cultivators. So, senior brother, you still plan to spar with me? Yu Hong said helplessly. This is just for fun, isn't it? Bai Shang laughed. Don't worry. The Mining Star has the Mountain Protection Array. Our powers are restrained within the damage scope. There won't be any damage to the planet itself. Yu Hong was stunned to hear this. This sparring could damage the planet? He felt like he didn't have such ability. Come. Bai Shang said no more, raising his hand. Swish. A Saiyan flying sword unsheathed from his back. With stunning speed, crossing dozens of meters like a flash of light, stabbing towards Yu Hong's right arm. The speed of the sword was so fast that even the current Yu Hong almost couldn't react in time. When he came to his senses, his vision was already overwhelmed by a glaring cyan light. "Junior brother, focus." Bai Shang's voice came slightly later. Yu Hong felt a slight pain in his chest. Looking down, the sword had obviously targeted his arm, but his chest had a small incision in his clothes, and the tough skin and flesh inside, though not yet touched by the sword, had a slight cut of blood. At this moment, he finally had a real sense of what it meant to be a nascent soul-stage sword cultivator. This speed, that one moment faster than facing supersonic missile bombardments from before, much faster, and the sharpness of the flying sword was beyond his imagination. It hadn't even touched him, at least over 10 centimeters apart, yet his strong body had been hurt. At this point, he didn't dare be careless, quickly considering his response. He's controlling the flying sword, incredibly fast. I either match his speed or dodge, then engage in close combat. After that sword strike, defense clearly wasn't enough. His own chaotic God Sky Eye skill had an automatic protective feature, but it hadn't made it in time to protect him from being injured by the sword chi. That showed its power and speed. Thinking this through, Yu Hong launched into speed, quickly closing in on Bai Shang. Now the Thunderbolt state had merged, Tai Ling's skill was also sealed, and his only support was his main cultivation of the chaotic God Sky Eye skill, interwoven with his previously learned fist and leg techniques. With the abundant inner strength of chaotic God Sky Eye, to use it properly was the orthodox way to spar. He had just moved. Shoo! A cyan flying sword was already poised near his neck. The sharp, icy sword chi, though over 10 centimeters away, made the back of Yu Hong's neck chill. He froze in place, barely 2 steps into his running stance. And then it was over. Too slow, too slow. Bai Shang seemed slightly disappointed. Junior brother, with this speed, if you want to fly to other planets alone someday, wouldn't it take you dozens of years? Never mind. Let's go. I'll take you to get the herbs. He somewhat listlessly beckoned, and the flying sword disappeared in an instant. A green light flew back into the scabbard on his back, making a slight sound. Yu Hong was speechless. He hadn't even had the chance to make a move before he lost. Chaotic God Sky Eye skill couldn't completely fend off the flying sword's piercing. And his greatest trump card, a strike from Chaotic God Sky Eye, probably wouldn't have time to be unleashed before being beheaded by the flying sword. The gap was too wide. He suddenly began to understand what it meant to break 10,000 arts with one stroke. Silent, they went together to the pharmacy in Wanshua Palace to get various dried herbs preserved. Junior brother, think about it. Consider which path you'd like to take in the future. Before parting, Bai Shang mentioned, "Don't be discouraged. I'm a sword cultivator, and my cultivation stage far exceeds yours. So winning against you is the normal outcome.
Yu Hong nodded.
He glanced at the cyan flying sword on the other's back. Ever since the spar, he'd been thinking if there was any way in the various dangerous monsters he had encountered that could counter such an incredibly fast and powerful combat technique. And thinking of this, he reached a conclusion. If you're not as fast as Bai Shang, nor can defend against the flying sword's piercing, the only way is to immobilize him. If the flying sword can't even be unsheathed naturally, you won't lose. He now had an answer. The only possible way to defeat Bai Shang is illusion. In the Black Disaster, many monsters inherently had capabilities to influence perception with illusions. If this capability could be strengthened, not much, just enough to slightly mislead Bai Shang, it would be sufficient to make his flying sword lose its attack direction. If you can treat illness like preventing illness, making the enemy unable to strike, it ensures victory. Yu Hong, for the first time in his heart, gained some insight on martial strategy. In a situation where the cultivation strength isn't vastly different, this is the only way to defeat a sword cultivator like Bai Shang, who focuses all power into a single flying sword attack. It seems I might start with traits. Just right, my chaotic God Sky Eye skill is also adept at disturbing the mind. Carrying the collected herbs, Yu Hong walked back while gradually sinking into contemplation. Chapter 517. Holding the potion for the heavenly thunder palm, Yu Hong returned to the black spirit without stopping along the way. Sparring with his senior brother gave him a vague insight into the path he should take in the future. Previously, he was driven forward step by the source disaster, but now he finally had the leisure to calm his mind and consider his future plans. Yu Hong walked alone slowly from Wanchua Palace back to his residence at Black Spirit. The pavilion where he lived was conveniently named White Tiger Tower by Bai Sheng. Yu Hong found this name quite fitting, primarily because the outline formed by his primary cultivation of the chaotic God-Sky ice skill appeared as a giant, bizarre white tiger. Centered around White Tiger Tower, an approximately 2-kilometer radius was designated as his personal area by Yu Shuezi. What a pity! If only Ku Chan and the others could hold on a bit longer and make it here, perhaps they could also become disciples under Yu Shuezi. A sense of regret filled Yu Hong's heart, as the information suggested that Qinghe Mountain here was far more formidable than the floating city. Moreover, one was located deeper within the source disaster after the Phoenix Eye, while the other guarded outside the central hub of the Phoenix Eye, unable to delve deeper. The gap in strength was immediately apparent. Just as Yu Hong was pondering cultivation techniques and the future while walking, suddenly, from the dark underground mining path, a low laugh echoed. Yu Hong looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a small figure on the right side of the mining path ahead, carrying a large pack, standing quietly by the wall, facing him. "Who are you?" Yu Hong halted and focused his eyesight to see, immediately discerning the figure's appearance. It was a dwarf-like figure, less than a meter tall, dressed in black-gray filthy clothing, layered and somewhat tattered, with all sorts of small pouches hanging from the outside of the clothes. Apart from these, the most noticeable was the large black and red tumor growing on the dwarf's back. This tumor was over 2 meters in diameter, resembling a small mountain pressing on the dwarf's back, causing the figure to hunch over, hiding their face. He. The dwarf continued laughing. "Customer. Need anything? Very cheap. Are you a merchant? A peddler?" Yu Hong realized this was a wandering trader selling in the underground mine. He paused and asked, "What do you have? What currency do you use?" "I don't have much, but everything is useful, especially for you now." The dwarf smiled. Yu Hong squinted his eyes and stepped closer. As he got closer, he saw more clearly the large tumor on the trader's back that occasionally had unknown bulges inside. Not protrusions, but sometimes indentations which seemed quite eerie. "Have a look." The dwarf merchant spread his hands, each palm holding an elixir. The left hand was black and the right hand was white. "What are these?" Yu Hong frowned and asked. "The black one is a heart-protecting pill. It can protect your spiritual awareness from unknown assault and contamination, but it only lasts for a month and requires continuous consumption," the dwarf replied. "The white one is a body protection pill. It protects your body from unknown contamination. It also has a 1-month effect and requires continuous consumption." "Do you think I need this?" Yu Hong asked. "Then how about these?" The dwarf merchant retracted his hand and rummaged through his pockets, pulling out 2 items. In his left hand was a faint purple dagger made of an unknown material. In his right hand was an old, tattered piece of thin paper. "Now, the left hand is a bone weapon. I don't know what it does, it depends on your luck. The right hand is a fragment of an unknown scripture, suspected to be part of a powerful cultivation technique," the dwarf described with a smile. "All transactions here are priced in crystal coins." Yu Hong didn't have any crystal coins, but he was more curious about where this guy came from than buying anything. "Senior brother clearly told me that there are only 4 of us on the whole planet," Yu Hong said. "Seems like you don't want to buy?" The dwarf smiled and retracted his hand. "Then I won't disturb you. Looking forward to your next visit. If there is a next time." Whoosh! Yu Hong wanted to say something in the next instant, but his vision blurred, and he couldn't see anything. The figure disappeared right before his eyes. It wasn't instantaneous movement, as his powerful eyesight could tell. Instantaneous movement required strong spatial fluctuations and a burst of intense internal energy, regardless of the nature of this energy. But the way the dwarf left seemed more like a traceless, spontaneous disappearance. Yu Hong walked closer and checked the ground, finding no trace at all of where the dwarf had stood. What did that guy mean by his last words? After a slight sense of alertness rose in his heart, he turned and accelerated his pace, quickly returning. Whoosh! Just a few minutes after returning home, a torrential downpour began outside. The black-gray raindrops struck the ground, faintly dyeing the earth in dark shades. Yu Hong stood by the window, staying inside the warm, spring-like safe house, gazing out at this slightly mysterious and peculiar planet. Recalling the words of the dwarf merchant, he remembered again the abnormal things he had discovered these days. Perhaps that guy was right. There is a deep secret and a profound danger hidden here. If I had the choice, I wouldn't stay, but unfortunately, for now, only Yu Shuezi can help me suppress the Tai Ling skill for some time. If I leave now, I don't know when I can encounter someone else with goodwill and strength like teacher Yu Shuezi again. This was also why Yu Hong, aware of something wrong, had to stay, as he had no other choice. Early the next morning, Yu Hong began to ponder and read the Heavenly Thunder Palm while preparing the potion for the medicine bath. The heavy rain still continued, but he was unaffected within the safety of the house. Quickly placing the herbs into a large tub, once he soaked himself, Yu Hong tidied up and then hurriedly left to pay respect to his teacher at Wanshua Palace. Yu Shuezi was someone who placed great emphasis on daily salutations. Except when retreating for long periods, he didn't allow disciples to slack off excessively, so daily salutations were necessary for assessing their daily state of life. After paying his respects, Yu Hong quickly left Wanshua Palace and entered the underground mining path for his return. Woo! A slight breeze blew from the side of the mine entrance, where a familiar black hole was. Yu Hong had passed by here many times, but only the first time did he encounter this broken hole. For a very long time, it was never seen again. Until now, this broken hole appeared again. He had thought that it was patched up by his senior brothers and sisters, but today he saw a broken hole exactly the same as before in the original spot. Slap! Yu Hong stood still. He tried hard to peer into the broken hole, but could only see an abyss of darkness within. After hesitating, he waved his hand, summoning a speed man to emerge and head towards the broken hole. Poof! Silently and without a trace, the broken hole vanished. The speed man seemed to have triggered its disappearance as it went inside. Again with this, sudden appearance, sudden disappearance. Yu Hong tried to connect with the speed man, but unfortunately, there was no response. Their connection was completely severed. Without uttering a sound, he turned and quickened his pace back to the safety of Black Spirit. On this mining star, the only place where she could rest assured was at Black Spirit. As time went by day, Yu Hong began transitioning from Shoshan 8 skills to learning the Heavenly Thunder Palm. This hand skill had 6 layers, each named with 4 characters incorporating the word thunder. It was reputed that when fully mastered, one could draw heavenly thunder to the body barehanded, stacking immense personal strength to strike down foes. This hand skill also trained one's physical strength. Yu Hong used the black mark to enhance the effectiveness of the potion and continued to immerse himself in frenzied cultivation. After a week, he successfully reached the entry stage of the Heavenly Thunder Palm. With a splash of water, Yu Hong got up from the large tub, drying the water off himself. It was time again to visit Wanshua Palace and greet the master. He changed clothes, quickly left, and entered the underground mining path, accelerating all the way. Soon, just as he was nearing Wanshua Palace, his steps suddenly halted. The broken hole in the wall appeared again. Not only that, but a rotten black-yellow arm extended from the broken hole, groping and scratching on the ground outside. The arm was quite thick, 2 circles thicker than Yu Hong's arm now. It fumbled aimlessly around the outside, as if searching for something. After searching for a while and finding nothing, the arm slowly retracted, ceasing movement. Only after the arm had completely disappeared did Yu Hong's mind stir, summoning the figure of a Kai Jing Taoist. "Go in and see," he commanded. The Kai Jing Taoist, with a head of colored light, quickly flashed, appearing before the broken hole, then plunged in. Not broken. This time Yu Hong sensed that his connection with the Kai Jing wasn't severed. He stood at the hole's entrance, waiting briefly until the Kai Jing came back out. Only then did he slowly approach and reach out into the hole. It felt as if passing through a cold water curtain. Yu Hong confirmed there was no issue and stepped forward. Poof! In an instant the world spun around him. The next moment, he found himself again in front of the broken hole, seemingly having never entered at all. But soon, Yu Hong realized something was different. The red value in the air here was too high. With one breath, the red value concentration he sensed far exceeded the intensity from before. In the air, at least over 10,000 red value radiation energy unrestrainedly spread around. Yu Hong looked around. He noticed a thin mist filling the underground mining path. Considering it for a moment, he waved his hand, summoning 9 more Kai Jing Taoists, instructing them to rapidly spread out and investigate. The investigation lasted a few minutes. Soon, Yu Hong seemed to discover something and turned towards the Wanchua Palace's exit. Passing through the exit,
Yu Hong's pupille shrank abruptly.
he stood still. Little did he expect the sight before him to be like this. Woo-woo! The cold wind softly blew, lifting the tails of Yu Hong's long hair. He stood quietly in front of Wanchua Palace's gate, gazing at the complex he had entered and exited many times. At this time, lost in thought, the entire Wanchua Palace, before him, had long been reduced to ruins. Only sporadic remains of broken walls still stood. Yu Hong slowly walked inside, checking the situation along the way. Not right. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows, picking up a bit of debris from the ground. This mark, its state, suggests it hasn't collapsed recently. It should have been completely destroyed a long time ago. Yu Hong quickly surveyed and first went to the Taoist palaces where his teacher often stayed but found nothing. No traces of human activity were left on the palace grounds either. He became more certain that no one had visited this place in ages. Chapter 518. Returning along the way through the broken hole soon, Yu Hong made a mark on the wall, quietly memorizing everything he saw. He continued practicing the heavenly thunder palm when he got back. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. The heavenly thunder palm smoothly broke through to the 3rd layer. With his current comprehension and physical strength, cultivating such martial arts was not difficult at all, especially with the aid of the Black Mark Enhancement Potion. And just when he was about to break through to the 4th layer, on the way to pay morning respects again, he encountered that mysterious dwarf itinerant merchant. "You're still alive." He. The dwarf seemed a little surprised, emitting a strange laugh towards Yu Hong. Inside the mine shaft, the light was dim, and all light seemed to be swallowed when it reached the dwarf, revealing nothing. "What do you mean?"
Yu Hong frowned.
He. "Did you see that broken hole? Have you been inside?" The dwarf avoided answering and changed the subject. "What is inside? And why is there a completely ruined one in Wanchua Palace as well?" Yu Hong asked solemnly. "That is the truth," the dwarf replied with a smile. "Haven't you already found the answer in your heart?" Yu Hong was silent. Indeed, he had speculated about certain things, and as time went on, his speculations were gradually being confirmed. Danger is everywhere. What you see and hear may not be safe. The dwarf continued. Leave. He. With the last gleeful laugh, he vanished in the blink of an eye again. Yu Hong stood there silently for a long time, this time not heading straight back to the safe house but instead turning towards the book collection pavilion. In the book collection pavilion, there was a bookshelf labeled with history. It was likewise densely packed with various books about Qinghe Mountain. Yu Hong quickly searched through and soon found the one on Wanchua Palace. It was a handwritten book placed prominently on the outside. The cover depicted a pattern of dry yellow leaves. Yu Hong gently opened it, flipping directly to the last page. The first paragraph inside was clearly written. In the 17th year of Qinghe, the Yu Shuezi lineage from Wanchua Palace fought on the front line. Eventually, the Taoist palace was completely destroyed, resulting in heavy casualties in the Yu Shuezi lineage, leaving only 3 missing and unaccounted for. Yu Hong, looking at this recorded text, recalled the Taoist palace that had turned into ruins, confirming part of his speculations. When he continued to flip through, the rest were records of fruitless searches. The final paragraph announced the abandoner's decision to leave this mining star, completely removing it from Qinghe Mountain's registry. Yu Hong quietly caressed the last page before putting it back. Then, he began to search through other books in the historical section. Soon, he found an introduction book about the main branch of Qinghe Mountain. Browsing through it, it was roughly the same as Yu Shuezi's descriptions, but there were additional records of Qinghe Mountain retreating step by step against the star disaster later on. Flipping all the way to the end, Yu Hong saw the recorder's name was unfamiliar yet somewhat connected. Recorder, Wanshue Palace Feng Shuezi. Yu Shuezi and Feng Shuezi, both from Wanshue Palace, must have some connection. Yu Hong silently noted down the name. By now, the sky outside had darkened. He stood up, ready to return to his quarters, planning to check again tomorrow. But just as he stood up, he noticed there was an extra faint black shadow beside his shadow on the ground. He turned around slowly and saw a stranger standing at the entrance of the book collection pavilion, wearing white clothes like snow and carrying a long sword on his back. The man's face was ghastly pale, with bluish eyes, smiling stiffly at him. It's the guy who tried to enter the safe house that day. Yu Hong recognized the figure at once. His heart went slightly cold. "Who are you?" he asked in a deep voice. The man didn't speak, just curled his lips into a peculiar smile. Whoosh! The next moment, the flying sword behind him shot out instantly, transforming into a green lightning bolt, heading directly towards Yu Hong's head. The lightning was so fast that despite Yu Hong being fully focused, his reaction still lagged, allowing him only enough time to block with his arm and take a step back. Whoosh! A fine, long gash opened up on his outer arm. His protective inner strength activated, covering his whole body. Simultaneously, as the golden light flickered, the wound started to heal rapidly. But Yu Hong had no time to notice these because the green sword light returned. Whoosh! The green sword light turned completely into lightning, traversing over 10 meters in a flash, heading straight for Yu Hong's forehead. This speed was so fast that even Yu Hong, at this point, couldn't keep up and react in time, at a speed reaching at least dozens of times the speed of sound. Watching as the sword light neared his forehead, Yu Hong's full alert immediate response arrived belatedly. Chaotic God Heavenly Eye. Without hesitation, Yu Hong executed his ultimate move. His right eye's eye patch shattered, shooting out a dazzling rainbow beam from his eye. The rainbow beam, said to be colorful, had a core primarily purple, surrounded by other colors, forming a rotating beam shape. Swoosh! The colorful eye beam was also extremely fast, hitting the green sword's body. Both were frantically stalemated in mid-air, less than half a meter from Yu Hong's forehead. Bang! Finally, the green sword burst into countless green light dots, and Yu Hong's chaotic god heavenly eye beam gradually extinguished, leaving behind the violent energy particle fluctuations in the air from their clash. Junior brother, are you all right? Bai Shang's figure appeared at the book collection pavilion's door. He held his drawn flying sword in his hand, looking around with a trace of blood still on the sword's tip. Sometimes, there might be a few black disaster monsters. If you encounter them, don't try to resist. Right now, you're still a bit weak. Bai Sheng warned. All right. Yu Hong wiped his forehead, realizing it was already covered in cold sweat. That sword cultivator freak, although not nearly as strong as Bai Shang, was still far beyond his capability, nearly overwhelmed him within just 2 moves. If Bai Shang hadn't arrived, he might not have been able to defeat the opponent. Yu Hong realized his current strength, having been heavily restricted after the sealing of the Tai Ling skill, leaving him at the very bottom of this place's food chain. Glad you're okay. Bai Shang breathed a sigh of relief. I sensed something amiss and flew straight here, luckily in time. Now I'll escort you back. It's very dangerous out here at this hour. Then thank you, senior brother. Yu Hong quickly thanked. A few minutes later, Bai Sheng walked Yu Hong back to the White Tiger Tower, then swiftly headed into the darkness with his sword in hand. Yu Hong had no idea where he was heading, but it was certainly not for a leisurely stroll. He stood in the safe house, looking out through the window at the night engulfing the planet, feeling emotional. Pop! Suddenly there was a light sound. A white twisted face, with a strange smile, suddenly appeared on the window before him. It was one of the white-clad sword cultivators that had assaulted him. Squeak! The face stared at Yu Hong, pressing and rubbing against the window. Its tongue extended, leaving a grayish-white slimy mark on the glass. Yu Hong stared at the face silently, remaining calm. It seems the night here is also very dangerous. He recalled how each time he had encountered these creatures, it was either at dusk or night. Fortunately, he had the Black Spirit safe house, or if he slept in the White Tiger Tower, he might not even know when he got taken out. He doubted the small dust-free arrays he set up could hold off such a formidable creature before him. Even the chaotic god Heavenly Eye only barely managed to repel the opponent, showing its strength. No wonder it's the depths of the source disaster. No wonder it's an area unexplored by other captains. With a swish, Yu Hong ignored the staring face, pulling down the shutter and turning away to practice the heavenly thunder palm. Bang! 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 There were rhythmic thuds from outside the window. The impacts were strong enough that the whole room was slightly shaking. Fortunately, the safe house had been reinforced many times over, boasting exceptionally high defensive power. Could even self-repair now, making it even more impressive. Yu Hong returned to the main control room to cultivate. The more dangerous it got, the more urgent it was for him to cultivate suitable traits swiftly. The thuds continued throughout the entire night. Not until the next morning, as dawn approached, did the noise gradually subside. Yu Hong came out of his meditative state, looked at the sky outside, stood up, took a deep breath, and drank a vial of enhancement potion. He started practicing the heavenly thunder palm fist technique. Gradually, a faint blue electric arc started to appear around his palms. This was the effect of activating the heavenly thunder palm. Such cultivation techniques generally required intense physical conditioning in the early stages, so Yu Hong's current high physical endurance was a big advantage initially. As it was now, upon reaching the fourth layer, he no longer had the physical advantage but shifted to understanding and merging with the essence of thunder. Perhaps it was the impact of the green sword lightning from last night that stimulated Yu Hong. As soon as he thought about merging with thunder, he naturally related it to the green sword. Zila! A deep blue electric arc suddenly flashed between his palms. The inner strength of the heavenly thunder palm instantly broke through to the fourth layer at that moment. After tidying up himself, Yu Hong felt little joy. Instead, he headed towards Wanchua Palace. It was time for his morning visit to Yushuezi. The timing was perfect to inquire about those creatures. After eating, 10 minutes later, Yu Hong was already standing in front of Yushuezi, waiting quietly. A nighttime attack? Yushuezi was taken aback. Oh, you mean those wandering life souls? He nodded, showing understanding. This place is the depths of the star disaster. Even with the heavenly venerate sealing the entrance, there must be phenomena different from other areas. These situations are common, you'll get used to it over time. Seeing his unconcerned demeanor, this was evidently not the first time such occurrences happened, and it was habitual. But the problem is, disciple can't seem to handle them. Yu Hong said helplessly. Now he understood why other captains couldn't enter. Even setting aside the extremely high requirements needed to pass through the Phoenix Eye, getting in only led to being fodder for those monstrously strong source disaster creatures. Can't fight them? This? Yushuezi was somewhat surprised, then looked serious. Like this? Let me give you this. He removed a roughly woven grass bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Yu Hong. This is the 9-leaf jade ring, able to calm the spirit and emit an odor that repels star disaster creatures, preventing them from approaching, Yushuezi explained. Thank you, teacher. Yu Hong sincerely expressed his gratitude with the most heartfelt voice. Additionally, don't wander too much. Here, the star disaster creatures are rampant like wild animals. You struggle with even the occasional ones nearby, so venturing further is futile. Train well here for a while, preparing your magic artifact and securing your safety before going out, Yushuezi advised. Teacher. Disciple also saw something strange. Yu Hong quickly recounted his discovery of the broken hole and the sight of a destroyed Wanshua palace inside. But Yushuezi seemed not to hear him at all. Alright, everything that needs to be said has been said, go back and cultivate. Without age limits, with your qualification, you'll soon break through chi cultivation, don't worry. He continued talking to himself. Witnessing this, Yu Hong sensed something amiss, waiting for him to finish before repeating his words. But Yushuezi couldn't hear a thing. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and promptly entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 519. Seeing the teacher entering meditation, although Yu Hong had countless doubts in his heart, he also knew that continuing to ask at this moment would yield no results. After a moment of silence, Yu Hong put on the hand ring, bowed, and then turned to leave. On the way back to Black Spirit, he didn't see that peculiar broken hole again, nor did he encounter that mysterious traitor. Not only that, but for the next 10 days or so, everything seemed to return to a safe and normal daily routine. Perhaps it was the hand ring taking effect, or perhaps it was just a period of stability. The kind of sword cultivator monster from before certainly hadn't appeared again since Yu Hong wore the hand ring. Whoosh! Inside Black Spirit. In the spacious bathroom on the second floor. Yu Hong immersed his entire head in the warm water of the bathtub, relaxing his body as much as possible. Since arriving at this mining star, his progress had been forced to halt, whether due to the threat of the ultimate sun or the increasing danger of his subsequent journey, compelling him to pause and solidify his foundation. But what's really going on with Wanshua Palace? Is Yushuezi's master still alive? Or perhaps something similar to that half-human, half-black disaster I encountered before? The warm water enveloped him as if providing a layer of cozy protection. But he knew this was merely an illusion. The only true protection comes from oneself. Continuously enhancing strength, reinforcing the defensive power of the safe house, venturing out for investigation and exploration, and returning to rest after exhaustion. This cycle of tension and relaxation is the right path. After the bath, Yu Hong dried himself with inner strength, changed clothes, and headed to the first floor. He extended his hand and pressed it on the box of elixirs on the table. Thunder Sound Pill. This was a supplementary cultivation medicine given by Yushuezi, but not to assist the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. Rather, it was for aiding in the refinement of Mortal Martial Heavenly Thunder Palm. Although Yushuezi found his request strange, Mortal Martial was fine to broaden one's mind and perspective, but spending too much time on it would undoubtedly delay cultivation progress. So after repeatedly asking Yu Hong for assurance that it wouldn't delay his primary qi cultivation, only then did he consent to provide the Heavenly Thunder Palm cultivation elixir. Enhanced Thunder Sound Pill. Direction. Accelerate the body's refining speed. Yu Hong skillfully issued instructions to the black mark. A black line flashed, and a countdown quickly appeared. 3 days, 11 hours, 7 minutes. Inner strength surged rapidly, but to Yu Hong this consumption was negligible. After confirming the Thunder Sound Pill began strengthening, he glanced at the sky and decided to pause cultivation for a while today. The sword cultivator monsters he encountered previously, along with the unusual behavior of his teacher, senior brother, and senior sister, made him feel uneasy. Thus, once he confirmed the situation was stable, he decided to visit the book collection pavilion again to research the history of Qinghe Mountain. Indeed, since the last attack, he hadn't been back to the book collection pavilion. But I must understand who my enemies are. Yu Hong was well aware of the danger of the Black Disaster. Many monsters within the Black Disaster, if encountering them without knowledge, indeed possessed terrifying first-sight killing power. Therefore, information was critical. Adjusting his hand ring, he sat cross-legged and continued cultivating the Heavenly Thunder Palm with eyes closed. 1 hour later, Yu Hong's entire body shimmered with electric light, resembling the lightning in his palm. This state didn't last long, swiftly dissipating within a few minutes. In the instant it dissipated, he retrieved the previously enhanced elixir and stuffed it into his mouth as if it cost nothing. Crack! Electric light brightened again, refining his entire body, including muscles, bones, and skin. This time, the electric light lingered longer, lasting over 2 hours. Puff! Finally, as the electric light extinguished, a faint crackling sound echoed from both of Yu Hong's hands. He raised his hand, observing the surface of his hand, which had already been firm and resilient, now covered with dense blue-purple cracks. Is this the 5th layer? Just moments ago, Yu Hong had successfully surpassed the 4th layer of the Heavenly Thunder Palm, advancing to the 5th layer. Only one more layer remains to master this mortal martial art fully. Noting the sky growing darker, Yu Hong calculated the time and stood up. With a thought, instantly shadowy figures of Kai Jing Taoist appeared around, guarding the safe house. Additionally, more than a dozen accompanied him to the book collection pavilion. Since the attack last time, whenever heading somewhere alone, he preferred summoning a crowd to cover himself. After checking the hand ring, ensuring everything was all right, he opened the door. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Yu Hong sped towards the book collection pavilion. The book collection pavilion was located inside Wanchua Palace, and after several visits, he gradually became familiar. About a dozen minutes later, Yu Hong stood once more in front of the book collection pavilion, with Kai Jing Taoists automatically scattering around, protecting his safety. Entering with strides, he headed straight for the history section bookshelves area. Following his previous position, flipping back, he soon found another thick collection of historical maps. Yu Hong skipped the maps and glanced through the rest, scanning the covers one by one. Overview of Star Disaster Creatures. Suddenly, a book that stirred his interest appeared in his sight. Such bold claims and overview. Let's see what it contains. He quickly drew out this book. Without flipping through it on the spot, he continued searching for several more books on the shelf before swiftly exiting the book collection pavilion. The book collection pavilion isn't a safe zone. Just occasionally coming here to switch books is sufficient. Taking the books, Yu Hong made his way back, quickly returning to the safe house, where he closed the door and started reading. He urgently needed to know why the black disaster monsters here were so strong. Were there any other patterns, and any yet unseen dangers? Sitting at the desk, he placed today's books on it and first opened Qinghe Chronicles. It still introduced Qinghe Mountain's background, its power, and long history, mentioning that this Qinghe Chronicles had been recorded since the inhabitants landed on this planet. Page by page, words were turned over, and Yu Hong saw that this mining star was originally a paradise with nothing unusual, just an ordinary planet. But disaster struck inexplicably one day. At first, countless void shadows could possess various beings, indistinguishable between friend and foe, dividing everyone into small groups. Fortunately, the mentors possessed transcendent cultivation, quickly eradicating the first wave of monsters after a brief adaptation. These monsters were weak, but everything was just starting. Subsequently, the second wave of monsters emerged, whose power was vastly stronger than before. Many monster corpses even became excellent materials for crafting artifacts. Therefore, people didn't consider it a disaster, but merely resources. By the third time, nascent soul stage monsters appeared, constructing night pools to amplify themselves. The catastrophe affected 80% of the star domain in Qinghe Mountain. A great battle erupted again. Nobody took this attack seriously. With Heavenly Venerate present, could there be a stronger monster than him? But unfortunately, post-third battle, Heavenly Venerate vanished without a trace. Countless planets of Qinghe Mountain were destroyed, turning into dead zones. Reading this, Yu Hong quickly turned to the corresponding section in the monster overview. Soon, he found the descriptions matching those monsters. Soul-devouring body, lacking actual killing power, relying only on possession of cultivators to control their bodies for fighting. Strength equivalent to the Golden Core stage. 8-armed giant divine weapon. a war machine with strong defensive and regenerative capabilities. Strength equivalent to golden core perfection. Pale six-eyed black dragon. Highly intelligent, excellent at disguise, specializing in assassination. Strength equivalent to nascent soul early stage. Isn't this pale six-eyed black dragon Marissa's true form? Yu Hong recalled having faced that Black Disaster surrender faction before. To find it's the same category, turns out there are quite a few. Though Yu Hong had speculated earlier, seeing it now still left him silent. Because there were several other major level monsters listed thereafter. A chain of monsters, along with diagrams, lay before him. Scanning these unfamiliar monster data, he could only memorize them firmly, for later use if necessary. Finally, he directed his attention to the last page of the monster overview. He wanted to see what the ultimate source of the Black Disaster was. Star. The source of all the Black Disaster's power, possessing a unique ability to corrupt everything. It can manifest corresponding Black Disaster monsters based on the life form's former power level. Strength equivalent. Unknown. Beneath Star, there was a black pattern resembling a locust tree. Night Mother Tree, suspected as one of the external forms of the star, the source of chaos body's derivation, existing at the boundary of reality and void. It can infect countless planetary worlds and spacetime. The main body possesses a spacetime superimposition state, incapable of complete destruction, only capable of sealing. Strength equivalent. Unknown. As expected, Yu Hong reflected on these ultimate sources of the Black Disaster. Xing is the star and the Night Mother Tree seems to be quite formidable indeed. If it is through infection, then the sword cultivator monsters I encountered might be the original sword cultivation disciples of this planet. Otherwise, such a large Wanchua palace couldn't possibly house only 3 people for cultivation. With only 3 people, there's no need to build such a vast space.
Yu Hong pondé.
Moreover, what exactly is this chaos body? He sought its origin in the book and soon found the chaos body reference. In the monster overview, it mentions chaos body. When a creature is infected by the star disaster source, it enters a continuous chaos state. The period for continuous chaos state depends on the creature's cultivation level. During this time, the infected creature will gradually experience structural collapse and annihilation phenomena. There was also a brief warning below. Warning. Chaos body is only a temporary state. Those who are overly close may be influenced by the chaos state, thereby showing similar infection and collapse. Yu Hong pondered over this. Then, he turned back to the Qinghe Chronicles page by page. Soon, he found the record of Yu Shuezi and his disciples arriving here. But it only contained a brief statement. Disappearance after fruitless searching. This mining star was sealed, isolating all response coordinates. What can be confirmed now is that I'm indeed facing the Black Disaster, but of a higher grade, approaching the source, so their power is extremely strong. Yu Hong organized the information. Also, based on the book's content, it's clear that once cultivation reaches the pinnacle here, one can indeed seal the source disaster core head-on. Only something unexpected occurred midway, possibly affecting Heavenly Venerate. In other words, this path is truly formidable with an extremely high strength limit. It offers a reliable path forward. He continued reading, hoping to find more information about Qinghe Mountain's later happenings, but to no avail. Instead, he managed to find some records on Heavenly Venerate suppressing the star disaster. Chapter 520. According to the records, whenever a star disaster occurs, as soon as the Heavenly Venerates take action, they can quickly resolve the issue. The Black Disaster almost has no power to retaliate. Even in the last moments when trouble was about to arise, the Heavenly Venerate could still effortlessly suppress and resolve the high-level tide of the Black Disaster. It seems so simple and easy, yet in the end, something still went wrong.
Yu Hong siged.
Throughout the night, he quickly flipped through the borrowed basics and confirmed that the opponent was indeed the Black Disaster, with no other new source disasters appearing. This made him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Against the Black Disaster, many of his fortifications were highly targeted, and now it seemed that they were not in vain. Early the next morning, Yu Hong stacked all the books neatly and went back to the book collection pavilion to exchange them for a batch of historical books. His eyesight now was astonishing, and his memory also improved significantly along with his spiritual power. Learning these things was not difficult. After greeting, carrying the newly borrowed volumes, Yu Hong walked back along the mine tunnel. Clink, clink, clink. Suddenly, a crisp ringing sound pulled his attention from the state of walking and cultivating. Yu Hong furrowed his brow and looked up at the dark mine tunnel ahead. The figure kept its head lowered, emitting a strange and unpleasant laugh. It seems you're doing quite well. This mysterious merchant seemed to have a sarcastic and mocking tone no matter what he said. But you don't think things will always stay this way, do you? Yu Hong stopped and stared at the figure. How should I address you? Address? The merchant laughed again. Such a thing isn't important anymore. I just want to sell some things. Sell them to those who need them. But I need to know how to refer to you, right? Yu Hong asked calmly. You have a point. Many people say I'm dirty and rotten, that my whole body is decayed like a wriggling maggot. So you can just call me rotten. The merchant answered with a smile. All right then, rotten merchant. What did you mean by what you just said? Yu Hong asked. As it is, everything will arrive as destined. Rotten merchant answered with bowed head. So, why have you come to find me? Yu Hong watched him warily. I've come. Rotten merchant slowly extended a hand, revealing a jet-black elixir lying in the palm. I don't need elixirs, Yu Hong replied. But if your answers satisfy me, I could provide compensation. I know what you want to ask, This is not an illusion realm. Illusion and reality are the domains of the Black Disaster. Rotten merchant put the elixir back and took out two objects anew. One was a small pill furnace that emitted a blue light. The other was a fan, fiery red with a prominent long tail, and its surface was intricately and mysteriously adorned with patterns in gold, silver, and black. Since you're here, buy something? Rotten merchant chuckled sinisterly and bowed his head. If I buy something, can I ask you a question? Yu Hong asked, staring at the other person sternly. You can, but no guarantees. Rotten merchant replied. Yu Hong looked at the two items in his hands and directly chose the blue light-emitting small pill furnace. How much for this? With gratitude for your patronage, 100 crystal coins. Rotten merchant honestly quoted. Yu Hong had some crystal coins he got from his master, as there were only a few of them here, and no use for crystal coins. Moreover, 100 was a bit pricey. He had thick skin to ask for crystal coins just for this moment. Taking out a piece of cyan jade from his pocket, he handed it to the other person and then spoke. Can I ask now? Of course. Rotten merchant placed the small pill furnace into Yu Hong's hand. I plan to cultivate here for a long time, so I want to ask, what dangers might I face in the future? Yu Hong asked with a little trickery, essentially asking several questions at once. Someone is holding it, supporting the fragile balance. That's why you're so safe. Only when the balance is broken, and the person can't hold on, will danger come. Who? Is it you, Shuezi? Yu Hong quickly asked. Well, that's it for this time. Thank you for visiting. Rotten merchant chuckled softly, took a few steps back, and his figure slowly turned transparent, disappearing from sight completely. Looking at the spot where the figure disappeared, Yu Hong glanced at the blue light small pill furnace in his hand. Not knowing how to use it, it certainly didn't come with a considerate manual like the black mark. Wrapping it with inner strength, he put it into his pocket and quickly returned to the safe house. Someone is supporting this. Is that why it's so safe here? Yu Hong recalled the words of the rotten merchant, also considering the attitudes and views of his senior brothers and sisters towards the outside world. He sighed and stopped overthinking, taking the small pill furnace out and placing it on the table. No matter what, continue refining traits and focus on the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. Even if I knew the entire truth now, there's nothing I could do about it. The Heavenly Thunder Palm was only one layer away from reaching perfection. he had been diligently practicing for the past few days. The enhancement elixir from the black mark, combined with Tao breath circulation, led to a cultivation speed akin to a rocket. The greater the danger outside, the more intense his desire to become stronger. Finally, another 3 days passed. On the afternoon of the third day, a large swath of blue-purple lightning suddenly appeared in Yu Hong's cultivation room on the second layer. He stood in the center, his body bathed in electric light, with muscles subtly trembling, adjusting and adapting to the intensity of the current. At the center of all the electrical currents in the room were Yu Hong's hands. At this moment, his hands had become as white as jade, with smooth skin free from any pores, just like they were sculpted from jade. The heavenly thunder palm had achieved greatness. His offensive ability had been further strengthened. But these things were not his primary concern. At this moment, the prompt given by the black mark regarding traits was what he focused on the most. Heavenly Thunder Palm has reached its peak, gaining the trait, Thunder Speed. Yu Hong was momentarily stunned. Although he didn't get the cultivation acceleration trait he most desired, this Thunder Speed, he continued to read the following instructions. Thunder Speed, when energy circulates, it can significantly stimulate and enhance the body, unleashing speeds far beyond the usual. The current enhanced speed is 1.7 times the original speed. Just as I am not as swift as the sword cultivation monster here, this trait came at the right time. It passively enhances my movement technique speed. Yu Hong attempted to circulate the inner strength of the heavenly thunder palm throughout his body. In an instant, crackling blue-purple electric arcs spread out. Swish! The next second, he appeared in open space more than 10 meters away. He moved his hands and legs. At this moment, it seemed as if his whole being was in fast-forward mode. The speed of actions, the burst speed, and even the speed of inner strength circulation all have been enhanced. A very practical trait for strengthening combat ability. Though he still felt it a pity that the heavenly thunder palm didn't provide the trait he desired. Fortunately, he had experienced such things many times. After cultivating so many techniques, the genuinely most practical one remained the Tao breath circulation. Therefore, such matters could not be rushed. Yu Hong understood this clearly and immediately calmed himself, sitting down cross-legged to begin cultivating the chaotic God Sky Eye skill. However, as soon he commenced his cultivation, he noticed something amiss. Wait, this thunder speed actually enhances the circulation speed of other inner strengths as well. Yu Hong was still in the thunder speed state, and the electric arc inner strength hadn't entirely dissipated. He didn't expect to discover this exaggerated aspect of the new trait while cultivating the chaotic God Sky Eye skill in this state. At this moment, Yu Hong was sitting cross-legged, with the inner strength of the chaotic God Sky Eye skill vigorously circulating throughout his body at a speed greatly surpassing the usual. The bottleneck to the final layer was rapidly approaching. Yu Hong suppressed the joy in his heart and focused on cultivating for an entire afternoon. As the night approached, he opened his eyes, and the inner strength of the chaotic God Sky Eye skill in his entire body had grown a bit more. Amazing! This afternoon's progress was equivalent to a full day of practice before. Yu Hong roughly calculated and confirmed that this new trait truly benefited cultivation as well. I must keep the thunder speed activated at all times. It's too advantageous. If his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a cold stream surging from his dantian. The stream darted rapidly throughout his entire body, as if leaving its mark, before it finally returned to the dantian and condensed into a pea-sized, pure white point of light above the sealed Tai Ling skill light well. Qi cultivation second layer. Accomplished! Yu Hong was filled with joy. Recently, he had been frantically practicing mortal martial to refine traits, barely practicing the main cultivation techniques, yet with trait enhancement it reached the second layer on its own. Having tasted the sweetness, Yu Hong was eager to fetch some more mortal martial techniques to continue refining traits. He envisioned if he could raise the cultivation speed to tens or hundreds of times the normal rate, wouldn't he rapidly perfect the mortal martial techniques and acquire traits? The faster the trait's automatic cultivation speed, the quicker mortal martial trait refinement becomes A perfect cycle. The sudden trait breakthrough infused a glimmer of hope into Yu Hong's previously heavy and oppressive mood. Early the next morning, he hurriedly rushed to the book collection pavilion. He began screening for the next cultivation technique from a new row of mortal martial techniques. "Why are you still practicing mortal martial?" Bai Sheng's voice came from behind. Yu Hong turned to see him carrying a wooden bucket, pouring water all over the floor as he entered. "Senior brother, are you planning to mop the floor?" he asked. Last time I came, I found dust everywhere. It makes me feel better to clean properly." Bai Sheng nodded. "But why are you still practicing mortal martial after so long?" "Don't worry, mortal martial is only a reference for me. I haven't put aside my main cultivation, the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique," Yu Hong explained. "That's all right then," Bai Sheng nodded. "By the way, senior brother, is there any illusion martial art that can affect the five senses?" Yu Hong asked. "There is, but such martial arts are weak. No matter what, illusion is still illusion and not reality. Once its weakness is discovered, the cultivator becomes a toothless tiger, easy to subdue. Are you thinking of practicing it?" Bai Sheng raised an eyebrow. "I have such thoughts." Yu Hong considered using the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique as his foundation, the Chaotic God Sky Eye skill for offense, and selecting a top-notch illusion skill for defense and escape. A combination like this would definitely frustrate his opponents to death.